The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeSierro City and County Buildings Council Chambers, located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Please note that if you're calling in for public comment and would like to speak on more than one agenda item, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 in the queue have 2 minutes to speak, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1.5 minutes to speak. Again, if joining virtually for public comment, the number is 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. Please call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 to ensure you're in the queue for comments. If joining in person, we'll ask you to come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. As a reminder, this building is a polling place, and as many of you know or saw when you walked in, per state law, individuals may not advocate for the election or defeat of a candidate or ballot measure, either inside a polling place or within 100 feet of the entrance to a polling place or drop box. That prohibition includes these council chambers. Additionally, individuals may not wear pins, t-shirts, hats, and other apparel that displays the name or likeness of any candidate who is on the ballot or bearing the number, title, subject, or logo of a ballot issue or question that is on the ballot. We appreciate everyone's cooperation with the state law. The City Council meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson.
Here.
Cohen.
Here.
Groom. Here. Hinkle. Jezierski.
Here.
Law Evans. Here. Lim.
Here.
Lindstedt.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
Tessier. Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. Abby will be assisting with the timekeeping. Additionally, please remember council's rules of procedure regarding conduct. When possible, council member comments and communications should be limited to 5 minutes per individual per item. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time on an item, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. We will begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, this agenda is approved. This evening, we have one item under petitions and communications, a proclamation declaring November 13th through 21st, 2021 as Hunger and Homelessness Awareness and Action Week. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come to meet Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski at the podium. Welcome. Will the representatives please introduce yourselves?
Carter Hunt, Deputy Director for Department of Human Services.
Emily Crouch-Jew, Community Engagement for Broomfield Fish. And Kim De Silva, CEO of Community Food Share.
Thank you for being here tonight. Will the clerk please read the proclamation?
Proclamation declaring November 13th through the 21st, 2021 as Hunger and Homelessness Awareness and Action Week. Whereas the City and County of Broomfield, Colorado supports National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week and moves to pronounce it Hunger and Homelessness Awareness and Action Week. recognizes the importance of both increasing awareness of the board of the broad reach of the homelessness and hunger and demanding bold action from a broad coalition of community and state partners across government, business, the nonprofit sector, and citizens alike. And whereas it is unacceptable in a prosperous and generous state to have more than 33,000 food insecure households in Broomfield and Boulder counties, including more than 7,000 children, and in the same region for an estimated 1,700 households to be homeless. And whereas in partnership with the city and county of Broomfield, many organizations and initiatives such as Broomfield Fish, We Don't Waste, The Refuge, A Precious Child, Project Angel Heart, the Colorado Blueprint to End Hunger, Broomfield Meals on Wheels, and Share Colorado United Methodist Church are committed to building well-being by connecting residents to available services, implementing public policy initiatives, and encouraging all Coloradans to learn more, speak up, and lend a hand so that Broomfield can be a community where everyone has a safe place to call home and enough food to eat. And whereas hunger and homelessness are solvable issues and every resident is encouraged to speak up in support of efforts to end homelessness and hunger and take actions such as volunteering, donating, needing items, and supporting efforts by public leaders to increase affordable housing opportunities and food security with the goal of making homelessness and hunger history within our community, within our state, and within our lifetime.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll start with public comment, and in-person public comment is first. If anyone would like to be heard on this item, please step up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Emily Kraus-Chu, and I'm the Community Engagement Representative for Broomfield Fish. Together as a community, we have provided resources for our most vulnerable neighbors. Broomfield Fish now serves 1 in 7 residents in Broomfield, over 50% of whom are children under the age of 18. We do so much more than food, as we're known as a food bank. We're a family resource center, and we help people with emergency rent and utility assistance. But my favorite part is that we have 30 agency partners that we can connect families with to get them back onto the path of self-sufficiency. And lives are transformed at Broomfield Fish. So on behalf of my team and our organization, we'd like to express our deepest gratitude. Thank you very much for this proclamation.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just for citizens' comment.
Get on the proclamation. Sure.
Thanks for the opportunity. My name is H.D. Parsa. I live in Broomfield. Fish on the proclamation, right?
Just on the
Yeah,
proclamation.
proclamation. Fish does an amazing job. 4 years ago, when refugees came to this city, I took them to fish. You helped them. I want to thank you for that. Secondly, I worked with the We Don't Waste, amazing organization. They saved 11,000 meals last year. I volunteered. I work with Meals on Wheels. So this proclamation, perfect fitting for the loving city of Broomfield. We support you, we thank you, we compliment you, we congratulate you.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Good evening. I just want to thank Broomfield Fish and Community Food Share for joining us this afternoon. And I also want to recognize We Don't Waste, The Refuge, A Precious Child, as other organizations that are partners in combating hunger and homelessness. And I encourage folks that are interested in addressing those issues to visit their websites or check this memo for opportunities to volunteer with all of those organizations coming up in November, and also during the week of Hunger and Homeless Awareness Week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Thank you for joining this evening and for all you do to raise awareness and provide support for the unhoused, not only in Broomfield, but in Colorado. We will move to general public comment next. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than items already listed on this evening's agenda. As mentioned earlier, the public may comment both in person or via phone. If you're joining via phone and want to be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3. If you're joining in person, please line up behind the podium. Public comments will be limited to the time limits outlined earlier. Also, as mentioned, this building is a polling place and no electioneering or campaigning is allowed. And we'll start with in person. Please state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Erickson, Ward 4. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak before Broomfield City Council. COVID has been a terrible pandemic. All of us have had friends or family who have suffered or worse. My purpose in coming before council tonight is because my 4-year-old granddaughter is not attending preschool due to your mask mandate, and I suspect soon to be announced vaccine mandate. I wish masks were more effective. COVID and the flu are both viruses that spread by droplets and aerosols. Before the COVID pandemic, medical studies on cloth and surgical masks showed no significant benefit for mitigating the spread of flu, and that is why they were never required in school settings. A 2021 review by the EU CDC on COVID and masks concluded that there was only weak evidence at best for a mild to moderate benefit for adults wearing masks properly. And what 4-year-old can follow CDC guidelines carefully, such as untying the strings without touching their face, touching only the earlobes, or avoiding contact with the nose or mouth? Sweden last year did not require masks in schools and showed no significant risk to students nor teachers. Many other European countries have followed suit this fall. I'm over 70 where COVID becomes much more deadly, so the risk benefit of taking the vaccine has not been a difficult decision. I am not an anti-vaxxer. However, I am concerned that our country and this council now appears to be heading to vaccinate very young children, some of whom have adequate immunity due to infection from COVID that is good or better than that of the vaccine. What is the risk of COVID in someone under 17 compared to someone 70? Thankfully, much lower by a factor of over 1,000. The risk of a tragic death in a healthy young person is about 2 out of 1 million. In Broomfield, we have had only 4 hospitalizations and no death in the 19,000 people under 19, as opposed to 51 deaths for the 1,000 adults over 80. From another perspective, the likelihood of a fatal car accident for a young adult is 10 times greater than that of COVID. Are we going to ban cars? Vaccines normally take 8 years to be approved, not 1 year. The antiquated VAERS system by the CDC shows 8,000 deaths and 38,000 hospitalizations due to COVID vaccination adverse effects, which is equal to the total number of all adverse effects from vaccination recorded in the United States since 1990. This may be a red flag and is one reason why healthcare workers who survived COVID in the trenches have resigned rather than be vaccinated, and the long-term risks are unknown. The decision to inject a foreign substance such as a vaccine into a young person should be solely determined by the child's parent or guardian and their healthcare provider with no governmental pressure. At no time will I request my daughter to get the vaccine to protect me. And lastly, whatever decision is made, whether to vaccinate one's child or not, must be respected and accepted in our community in Broomfield. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before council.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Nick Liebenstein, I live in the Robbins. I promise you I'm not advocating for or against any candidates in this. I'm going to keep it very, very vague and stay within the bounds, I promise. Lately, there seems to be a race to the bottom, and it's an active race between some council members on social media and Joe Biden's approval ratings. And I think that recently the council member in question here is winning on that race to the bottom. In her discourse, and comments on social media. However, I want to talk about a different social media that I've witnessed, and that is having to do with endorsements. And I'm not talking about endorsements of any particular candidate, just in general. Endorsements typically serve to help local candidates establish support and credibility, but in some circumstances, they actually can damage the candidate. So I want to educate on some recent endorsements that I've seen. The Yellow Sea Bank,
Mr. Clevenstein, this is electioneering.
how so?
You're talking about the election,
We're talking about an endorsement.
for an election. This is not the forum for it. I'm sorry.
So you're gaveling me?
I'm saying that you can't talk about the election.
I-
That's electioneering. Endorsements are the election.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is H.T. Pursa. I live in Broomfield. I'm a faculty at the University of Denver. On behalf of our Indian American community, we would like to thank the mayor and the council of Broomfield, making the Broomfield the best place to live. We're grateful, we're happy, we appreciate everything you have done during the pandemic, your leadership, we appreciate it. Few words about Indian American community. Indian American community, we come from India, largest democracy in the world, 640 million people voted last time. Oldest civilization, 5,000 years of history. Two, the youngest county in the United States. There's so much in common. Indian Americans are all over Broomfield, 144 to First Avenue, I-25 here. We are engineers, we are doctors, we are entrepreneurs, restaurant owners, business people, with all walks of life. And Indians here are active members of the community. In few words to say, just now last weekend, we took the time, all our friends, clean 1 mile area on 287 for Broomfield. They're professionals, doesn't matter. We want to give it back. In addition to it, during the pandemic, we did more than 500,000 masks all over the city. When volunteers cleaned 287, they came from not just the Broomfield, Longmont to Highland Ranch. They came all the way. Now, some student from CU got stranded, lost their jobs, no place to go, no place to eat. They're from India. We collected the food, delivered to their homes. Just like the fish, we help so many people, including Native American reservations. That's what we do. India, the land of peace. We want a peace, happy, prosperous Broomfield. We want a Broomfield to be green and clean, and we are from growth, controlled growth. Few words here with me. Madhuji, he's a software specialist. Ramkrishna, he's a yoga instructor. He teaches yoga regularly. That's Lakshmi. She's 9th grade. She does amazing. Sun salutation, she 1,000. 1,000. Only 9th grade. And we have 2 more here in the back. All we are saying is, we are Indian American community citizens. We are here to help you. Make the Broomfield a better place to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was really nice. Anyone else? All right, I don't see anyone online. So council, community, and event updates are next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Lim?
Tomorrow in the Adams 12 School District, the 5 Star Education Foundation is having an open house to celebrate the launch of the foundation's career discovery website, the 5 Star Trail. This open house is taking place at the Washington Square campus. I plan on attending as representing the board that I serve on for council, the Workforce Board. The Workforce Board has been promoting the career discovery path of students already in high school. So there's further information on the 5 Star Education Foundation about the open house if you're interested in attending tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you. Any other council member event updates? Councilmember Tapia?
Thank you, Mayor. Broomfield Fish is having their turkey drive, and we're looking at November 13th. So let's see. Let me just read this out. We would love to see community members at our turkey ham drive on Saturday, November 13th from noon to 2 at Fish, or folks can participate in holiday food drives. We also welcome donations, which are easy through the website at Broomfield Fish. The time, November 13th at Fish, is from 12 to 2. So if you wanted to bring turkeys to that location between that time, we would be much obliged. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other council member updates? Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor. So on Halloween, Sunday at 10:30 to 12:30, there will be a bike and walk along the artery. So if this is a new concept to you, join the Broomfield Council on the Arts and Humanities at 10:30 for the Halloween bike and walk. They will begin at the Broomfield Library and then bike or walk while exploring the first stretch to the Bruner Farmhouse and Gardens, as well as the CSU's Extension Zero State Garden. So that should be a lot of fun.
Thank you. Any else? All right. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. We will review this evening's consent agenda in 2 parts, as item 7E is council's review of the revised 2021 budget and proposed 2022 budget, which will also be reviewed concurrently by the Broomfield Housing Authority, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, and the Arista Local Improvements Board of Directors. Following the clerk's reading of consent agenda items 7A through 7D, we will ask for public comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7D by title?
Approval of minutes from special meeting of October 7th, 2021, and regular meeting of October 12th, 2021. 7B, resolution number 2021-176, authorizing and approving an agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Bellsburg Holt Nulbig Inc. for the design of the 112th Avenue and Uptown Avenue complete streets and railroad safety improvement project. 7C, resolution number 2021-169, authorizing and approving 911 phone system support and maintenance services with Concord One Inc. 7B, resolution number 2021-167, authorizing and approving the allocation of city and county grant funds for arts, culture, and science programs.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have comments on these agenda items? We'll start with in person. Please line up by the podium. I'm not seeing any online. Does any member of council have comments on these agenda items? Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm glad to see that the 112th and Uptown Street Railroad crossing is coming forward. I think this is one of those. I mean, it's a safe street project, which is something that we're fortunate to get those funds for this, as well as the. I believe this is a quiet crossing for the railroad as well. So this is great to have. With the street crossing for bicyclists, you know, this is going to afford the opportunity to connect from down there on 112 to the US 36 bikeway, which is something that, you know, our community is really excited about is those connection points. I noticed on the map, to get from the north side, if somebody is traveling west on the north side of 112, how do they get to the south side in order to access that bike path to then get onto the US 36 bikeway?
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you want me to have?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. So I'm gonna ask Katie Ellen, the city and county's chief engineer, as I call her, and probably one of the smartest people I know. So Katie?
Thank you for that, Ms. Yeoman. Katie Allen, City and County Engineer. Councilmember Shaw, that's a good question. We're gonna have to look at that in the design, but I think right now, at least, they can access Parkland Street to get to the US 36 path. And I think there's actually a spur off of that, right underneath the letter S on the map, but that's something we'll look at to make sure there's access to the US 36 path. It's private.
All right, thank you. Yeah, anytime there's a railroad crossing or anytime there's an access to a larger bike network, it's always great to have those points thought out. So thanks for taking a look at that. But the other agenda item that I wanted to comment on was 7B, the ACS, the Arts, Cultural, and Science Grant funding. So thank you to the Cultural Council and staff for making the application process much more simplistic. Really streamlining this. I assume the reporting process side of this will also be streamlined and simplified because I know that it's not only just the front end but also the back end, and just it can be cumbersome. So I'll ask staff for a comment on that, as well as another question, which is I'm happy to see that the number of grant applications have increased since 2020, but there are still fewer applicants than 2019. I'm curious for the reasons, and are we looking into this? Is it because of COVID, the pandemic? Is it because there's not enough grant dollars to make the application worth it, to go through the application process? And just looking at some of those reasons why we're not getting very many grant applicants.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Shaw. So I'm going to turn it over to Cheryl Derman, who's our Cultural Affairs Operations Coordinator and everything ACS. Cheryl?
Thank you, the first part of your question was,
The reporting process.
Yeah, the reporting process will be simplified as well. We are actually looking into possibly doing video reporting to make it very simple. But simplifying the front and the back end is definitely the way going to do that trust-based philosophy.
Awesome. And then the other part of the question was why we're not getting as many applicants for this.
So many organizations are still struggling to regroup after COVID, with COVID, performing groups especially. We've had several that have had to extend the grants that they received earlier in previous years. So they're still on an extension, so they can apply that they actually finish using the grant that they have. We're also going to be splitting up the grants so that teachers can apply separately, have different grants, have schools and nonprofits have different grants, make it much more easier, even more so for teachers. So we can work on the culture in the classrooms as well. So this next year we should do a little bit more going further that way. But we do feel like that as our organization regroup, we will have more recipients next year.
Is there still uncertainty at this point in terms of kind of how those, especially you mentioned the theater groups and the performance groups, is there still uncertainty at this point in terms of what this next season could look like?
Absolutely. There are, right now you cannot get into schools. So many of our groups, schools with students in schools, and they've been shut out of school right now. Not knowing, they're not getting as good a reception as selling tickets and having enough ticket sales to justify performance. There's really that cost benefit isn't quite there yet. People are not really going out as much as we would expect. So there still is uncertainty.
Great, thank you for all that information.
You're welcome.
That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on these items? Is there a motion that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A through 7B be approved? Councilmember Shao.
So moved.
Is there a second? Councilmember Tessier. Second. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next is council's consideration of the second part of the consent agenda, which includes item 7E, and will be reviewed concurrently by the Broomfield Housing Authority, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, and the Arista Local Improvements Board Director. Before considering this item, I'll ask the clerk to convene each board. The public comments for these items will be combined. The meeting of the Broomfield Housing Authority is called to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the Broomfield Housing Authority.
Anderson. Here. Cohen. Here. Graham. Here. Hinkle. Jezerski.
Here.
Law Evans.
Here.
Lamb. Here. Lindsted.
Here.
Jack.
Here.
Tessier. Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Next, I'll call the meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Anderson. Here. Cohen. Here. Groom. Here. Hinkle. Jezerski.
Here.
Law Evans.
Here.
Lamb. Here. Lindsted.
Here.
Mitchell. Nielsen. Jack.
Here.
Tessier.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Finally, the meeting of the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors is called to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors.
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Groom. Here. Hinkle. Jezerski.
Here.
Law Evans.
Here.
Lamb. Here. Lindsted.
Here.
Jack.
Here.
Tessier. Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Following the clerk's reading of agenda items 7E, 10A, 15B, and 16A, all pertaining to the 2021 revised budget and proposed 2022 budget, we will ask for public comment. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7E, 10A, 15B, and 16A by title?
Resolution number 2021-147, adopting the Fifth Amendment to the City and County of Broomfield budget for the year 2021. Resolution number 2021-178, adopting the budget for the City and County of Broomfield for the fiscal year 2022 and appropriating sums of money. And A, resolution number 2021-148, HA, adopting a third amendment to the Broomfield Housing Authority budget for the year 2021. Resolution number 2021-179, HA, adopting the budget for the Broomfield Housing Authority for the year 2022 and appropriating sums of money. Resolution number 2021-149, UR, adopting a second amendment to the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority budget for the year 2021. Resolution number 2021-180, UR, adopting the budget for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority for the fiscal year 2022 and appropriating sums of money. 16A, resolution number 2021-150, AID, adopting a first amendment to the Arista Local Improvement District budget for the year 2021. Resolution number 2021-181-AID, adopting the budget for the Arista Local Improvement District for the fiscal year 2022 and appropriating sums of money.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comment. Does any member of the public have comments on these agenda items? So please step up to the podium. And I don't see any online. Does any member of council, authority members, or directors have comments on these agenda items? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor, Chair. I think that's it, just those two titles. Thanks to staff for your work on this. All the presentations, the video, not demonstrations, but recordings, and just, there's a lot of work that goes into this and a lot of time. So I think that, the questions that we've heard in the past that I wanted to bring up were, once this is voted on tonight, how often does it change? Is it going to change? What are the reasons when the budget does get changed in the future, and kind of what are those percentage changes?
So I'm going to ask Brenda Ritchie, our Chief Financial Officer, to come up and kind of talk to us a little bit about when those amendments occur and why.
Thank you, Ms. Yeoman, and good evening, members of council, boards, and the whole cabinet. Brenda Ritchie, Chief Financial Officer. Councilmember Shaft, great question. So our budgets are a fluid process, and that's one of the key elements that as we work through our annual budget process, because things can change, as we've seen with the pandemic in the course of the year, similar to our household budgets. And so one of those things is being able to readily be agile in those situations. And so what we do typically at the beginning of a fiscal year is actually we'll come in with a revised budget based on, for example, our capital improvement projects. So we know that we have to have all of the money at the beginning of the year of every project, have that funded to ensure that we can carry out the project. Well, that rolls over into the next fiscal year. So what we'll need to do is amend the budget at that time to reflect those rollover projects. Again, we also get grant funding. And so in terms of revenues and expenditures, we'll need to account for those additional funding so that we can continue those programs as well. So those are just a few examples of when we would revise the budget. Other things would be additional revenue increases that we might receive in funding, or decreases in revenue that we maybe over projected and we have to make adjustments, whether that's a mandate from, a legislative bill or something of that nature, rate changes that we incur, cost of services, inflation that would also kind of impact our expenditures that would warrant a revision of the budget. Does that help clarify?
It does, yeah. So just throughout the year, on average, how many times do we typically revise the budget?
So we typically from anywhere to 4 to 5, depending on the nature. We are looking to kind of streamline that, and we'll welcome the input of the community as well as council as we move forward in the overall budgeting process in 2022. Kind of looking at what does that look like, having a set time frame for that, those amendments to come forward to be transparent, but on average, 4 to 5 times in a year is typically what we amend the budget.
Then the last question, since a large portion of our budget is personnel costs, so whenever we, within a, for instance, 2022 budget, we create new positions that are going to be hired on. As that goes, I mean, in a way, once those are committed to, those are added positions that we go into. But we also know that throughout that year that there are retirements, that there's movement within the organization. So, does the personnel just continue to grow, or is there kind of a movement in there throughout that year?
So that's a great question. In terms of our greatest asset and our expenditure in personnel, we do see a rising cost in the cost of benefits, salary, and then the FF&E, so the furniture, fixtures, equipment associated with having that staff to be able to provide those goods and services. And again, that will based on demand of supply and inflation costs associated with everything. So throughout the year, on average, we see 3% what we call attrition. So there's that turnover rate. We know that we might budget 100% fully, just like we do with our contracts, to ensure at any given point that we are able to fund everybody and pay everybody 100% of their salary. So we ensure that by budgeting 100%. But on average, what we're seeing is 3 to 5% of that is really in turnover or lateral moves or transition that you would experience anywhere. So that's what we typically do is budget at 100%, but on average we see from 3 to 5% in savings, what we would do with vacancy. And then we can attribute that to if we do have to make salary adjustments or look at market changes, we have the ability to do so.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other council member, board member comments? Seeing none, is there a motion that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7E, 10A, 15B, and 16A be approved? Can I get a motion? Councilmember Drew?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Shaft?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. There is no business before the Board of Social Services or the Board of Health this evening, and the items for consideration by the Broomfield Housing Authority were reviewed earlier this evening under the consent agenda. Seeing there's no further business before the Broomfield Housing Authority, the meeting is adjourned. The first item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration on second and final reading of ordinance number 2164, amending the Broomfield Code relating to reverse setbacks for residential land uses from plugged and abandoned well oil and gas facilities. I'll declare the public hearing open. We will follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation if applicable. Then we'll ask for public comments, and finally comments from the applicant, going to questions from city council members. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I did want to take one moment, Mayor, if you'll allow me, just to acknowledge our leader, Jennifer Hoffman, who is not here tonight. She has been feeling really under the weather for the last few days. I do know she's home recouping, and she also is listening. So Jen, if you can hear us, we hope you get better soon. Thanks for indulging that for me. I get the pleasure of introducing kind of a team tonight. Anna Bertzetti is going to be our lead, our planning director and co-director of community development, as we begin the discussion and presentation. We also have just a team of staff here. We have Dr. Weisner, Andrew Valdez, Jason Balling, and we also have our oil and gas legal team here in case there's any questions that we need to follow up on for the public or council. So Miss Anna, please take it away.
Right, thank you. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Anna Bertzetti, Planning Director. We can have the next slide, please. Ordinance 2164 would establish a 250-foot setback from plugged and abandoned wells within Broomfield. This map shows the range and the potential setbacks to 250 feet for our existing plugged and abandoned wells. And of course, as time goes by, additional wells would be expected to be plugged and abandoned, so this map will change over time. Next slide, please. As summarized in the staff memorandum, this table provides some of the projects that are close to existing plugged and abandoned wells. So this particular table, I've included the project without vested rights, but there are also projects with vested rights listed in the memorandum. These projects largely already have residential zoning in place. The two exceptions are Palisade Park Brownstones Phase 2, which is proceeding through the public process and has been for about a year, and will be considered by City Council later this evening. And also the Farmette, which is a project in the Wilcox subdivision north of 144th Avenue. That project was considered a concept review about 5 years ago, but has not proceeded since that time. Considering the exceptions included in the draft ordinance and existing locations of plugged and abandoned wells, as well as the anticipated additional wells that would be plugged and abandoned, as I mentioned, the implementation of the proposed ordinance will largely occur along I-25 corridor and primarily east of I-25, with the exception of the projects as I noted. Next slide, please. So this slide includes the 5 exceptions that were included in the prior ordinance related to pre-production wells, and that are also included in the ordinance this evening. It should be noted that in addition to this list, reverse setbacks implemented by this or a future ordinance would also not be applicable to properties with vested rights. Next slide, please. At the first reading for the ordinance, there was one amendment that was approved, and it is reflected in the current version this evening. And that was a change to the setback for producing and shut-in wells from 200 feet to 250 feet. This was intended to match the proposed setback to plugged and abandoned wells. This setback remains at 1,320 feet if a notice is not provided. Next slide, please. Some additional information was provided as requested within the staff memorandum. This included information about plugged and abandoned well locations and percentages. There's approximately 23% of Broomfield's plugged and abandoned wells that are located on property without vested rights and not subject to the noted exceptions. Staff also provided information regarding the timing of the wells that are plugged and abandoned along the I-25 corridor as requested. And then there was also information provided regarding the Shannon Roberts well. Next slide, please. In addition to this ordinance, City Council chose to continue the discussions regarding reverse setbacks to producing wells to a later time, and an additional study session will be scheduled in the future to continue those discussions. As always, staff is happy to answer any questions that the council may have. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. We'll now proceed with public comment. Does any member of the public have comments on this agenda item? Please come up to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is John Ewalt, and I live in Pinnacle North subdivision. I have written council about this proposed ordinance, and first off, I would like to thank Councilmember Lim for responding to my questions about non-residential land. The answer to my question was in the council memo. I just didn't read it thoroughly enough. I was confused when I heard council members state at the last city council meeting where this was discussed that this ordinance will not affect commercial land, which is true, as it only addresses residential property, but also misleading, as the council and staff have indicated they will consider something similar for commercial property. I know the intention of this ordinance is good and just, and trying to prevent unnecessary harm to Broomfield residents from oil and gas exploration. However, a blanket policy doesn't seem like the right approach. It has been clearly stated that plugged-in abandoned wells in Broomfield span decades and were plugged with different best practices and levels of scrutiny and are in different geology. Shouldn't the approach to setbacks be tailored to the specific wellhead, its condition, and the geology? The example held up by several council members as the source of the 250-foot setback in this ordinance is the David 43-6 well. During the last council meeting where this ordinance was discussed, it was stated by a Broomfield employee that the Davis 43-6 well is so unique that there will probably be no other wells like it in Broomfield. His exact words were, maybe one more in Broomfield. Also, the trenches that were made to vent methane that were 250 feet long were longer than necessary, and no methane was found at the end of the trenches. Taking action is the right thing to do and is mandated by the ballot question 301. But I am not aware of any event that is forcing a vote on this issue today, this month, or even this year. Please rethink this bad blanket solution that is based on faulty information and fear, and take the time to write an ordinance that can address the real issue at hand, keeping Broomfield safe without unnecessarily wasting land. Councilmember Lindstedt proposed that protecting Broomfield could be accomplished by modifying building codes, especially buildings that are near oil wells. If Councilmember Lindstedt is willing, I would ask that you work with him in crafting an ordinance that will address safety of all in Broomfield through the building code, instead of applying a blanket solution to very unique problems. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue, and I hope you will truly consider this item and table it for rework and improvement.
Thank you, Mr. Ewald. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this agenda item? Not seeing any online either. Questions from council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any comments or questions from council? Councilmember Lim.
Thank you. When we were discussing, when we've been discussing for a year, over a year and a half, the Davis 43-6 well, we heard from the COGTC that we were sitting on a wrench fault in the northern area of Broomfield. Could the staff describe that, what was meant by that and what implications that might have?
I think I can speak to that. Andrew Valdez, Broomfield Oil and Gas Manager, Mayor and City Council. So that specific conversation with the COGCC preceded my time here, but a wrench fault sounds exactly like what it sounds like. It's basically a subterranean shear in two different areas that if there's infrastructure below the surface, you might get manipulations happening to things like plug-in abandoned wells. I don't know that anyone can state for certain that the Davis 43-6 was caused by a wrench fault, but it's certainly within the realm of possibility.
Okay, thank you. And what, then, just to be clear, what implications would it have if if most of Northeast Broomfield was subject to sitting on a wrench pole as far as the P&A wells?
Sure. Well, in a worst case scenario, it could impact all of those wells, which would cause subsurface methane, which is an explosion hazard.
Okay, thank you. And I have my other question is, do we currently test all of the P&A wells? What is our process for doing so? And does staff feel comfortable continuing that process? Or did staff consider moving that process on to a developer who wanted to put a land development within a setback?
Yeah, so your first question, we've got about 110 plug and abandoned wells in Broomfield. At this point, we've tested at least once 46 of those wells. And what we're in the process of doing right now is getting more precise locations for all of these wells. So that's why we're doing the magnetometer surveys, because we found that some data from the COGCC might be outdated, especially on some of the older wells. They use the engineering drawings instead of the as-builts for their GPS locations. So we brought that process in-house. We've located about 20 at this point, and we want to do the location before we do the soil gas testing. We just set up this program, so it is sort of still new, but again, my aim is to have all plugged and abandoned wells tested twice per year by the time the program is fully mature and on good standing. And we've located all the wells that we can locate. We've never proposed or considered to do to put that process on anyone else. So it's always been something that we've considered to do in-house at this point.
And what criteria do you use to determine the priority of wells? You said you've done 46 out of 110. What's your priority?
Yeah, urbanized areas and old wells. So we've kind of generally gone from south to north and west to east.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? There being no further questions, public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2164. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2164 by title?
Ordinance number 2164, amending certain sections of Title 16 of the Broomfield Municipal Code relating to reverse setbacks for residential land uses from plugged and abandoned oil and gas facilities.
Thank you. Is there a motion? I need a motion. No, thank you, Councilmember Webb.
I move that ordinance number 2164 be adopted on second and final reading and ordered published.
Thank you. Is there a second, Councilmember Shaw?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Jazerski.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have a proposed amendment that I would like to make right now. And I believe staff has copy of it. And it would be a lot easier, I guess, if you could they just look at it on the screen without me having to read the whole entire amendment. I will go ahead and give a quick outline of what it does.
Hold on.
And I certainly can.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor Pro Tem. If you could just make a motion to introduce an amendment adding certain requirements to earn a 150-foot setback. And you can just say so moved.
I would like to introduce an amendment adding certain requirements that will allow a reduced setback of 150 feet as opposed to the 250 feet. And the amendment language was listed on the screen a second ago. And there it is again in light blue.
And if we could get a second, Madam Mayor?
Second, Councilmember Shah.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion to amend on the floor. Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski got the second. And can you please put the amendment language up? I see it there. So is there any discussion on the amendment? Would you like to start, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just to give a quick overview. So what this does, as mentioned, it does provide an avenue for a reduced setback. So the original ordinance that we are looking to approve tonight, it does have a 250-foot setback. What this amendment does, it does allow for a reduced setback of 150 feet if the developer or the builder is able to meet a certain set of protective measures, and those are listed on there in Roman numerals 1 through 12. And what this does is it does provide, again, a reduced setback and provide some certainty for the builder or the developer. If they're able to meet those requirements, then they do get that reduced setback. They do not have to come before council and be subject to the whims of us up here on the dais.
So did you ever, Tim, also, can I ask who's ever controlling the screen to scroll up because they're not all on the screen at this point? So
Yeah, if we could go to slide 2. Thanks, Jake.
thank you. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so everything is up there. It does provide different things, and you guys could definitely read through those. Some of them are fairly simple, mechanical, different systems to help with venting. I know that's a big one, the gas detection systems, and different building requirements to sort of help with the methane intrusion into the basements. So, that's all. Thank you.
Is that your hand, Councilmember Lyman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would just like to, if I may, address a question to Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski. I read through this and I appreciate it very much. Can you give a brief summary of how you arrived at this framework in consultation with whom, et cetera? You're a smart guy, but I'd like to know more.
So I certainly, these are not, I'm not a gas expert by any means, and I think staff could really address that question, but it did come from staff who had previously came up with a majority of these items in a previous instance working with, it was the Davis Well that was mentioned.
It was, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Law Evans. The list, with the exception of the last one and the clarification on testing for the lowest point in the residence, came directly from the list that was used with Richmond Homes on the Davis 43.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this amendment, Councilmember Groom?
Sure, thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's a good concept. The one thing that I had is, I'm no oil and gas expert either, and I understand where you guys got the list. However, is that kind of standard P&A tasks, or is there additional things that we should know with the long list of requirements per well? And what would be the things that stand out? That's above and beyond a standard P&A process.
These would be all in addition to standard P&A. None of them are necessary. The P&A process doesn't mandate ongoing, for example, ventilation systems to be included in a development that might come up, or a plan for utility trenches, if applicable to the situation. So all of these requirements would be in addition to what's being done now related to residential developments near P&A well.
Okay, and so I guess my next question is, meaning how many of the 110 P&A wells that we have would meet these requirements? And I guess we'd be at one.
The requirements aren't exactly for the P&A wells, it's for the land around the P&A wells when a developer wants to utilize it. So as far as how many would this apply to, not many, because of the limited application of the reverse setbacks, and then a need and want to do a residential development near that P&A well.
And do we know how much average that would cost the developer?
We do not. It depends on the vendors that they would utilize and if they have the expertise, and the staffing in their own company to meet some of these requirements.
All right, thank you. Well, I would have to make a comment in regards to not understanding how the land is unsafe for residents at 250 feet, why we would have 150 feet as an exception, even with some of these requirements. And it seems like it's undue tasks for the developer. So I'll talk about that later, but I have no other questions. I'm just.
It's discussion.
What?
That's
all I had. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Cohen?
Thank you. I just had a couple questions for Clary in terms of the amendment. It's probably to staff. What's the significance of the 2009 date? The significance of 150 feet to Councilmember Grimm's point being a different distance. And wait, a third question, but I'll wait for the first answers.
Councilmember Cohen, on your question on the April date, 2008 was a year of significant change in the oil and gas regulations, and the bulk of those regulations went into effect in April of 2009. So that's where we got that date. Can you repeat your other question?
How we came to 150 feet as the new distance.
I'll actually defer that to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think it's somewhat of a compromise number, but it's a number that we felt was reduced from the 250, but still safe enough and far enough away from the plug and abandoned well. To if we do pass these protective measures, that we feel, I guess staff would feel safe that that's a good, still I guess a safe spot to build in.
And finally, I wanted to ask, and this is more maybe for my edification, and speaking to your in reference to the 2008 change in regulations, what is the process for a plug and abandon well? If I have a well and I want to plug and abandon it, do I just do however I see fit and walk away, or is there what's the process, regulatory or elsewise that addresses that? And then I assume that affects the records that are available to us pre-2009 and post-2009.
I see Mr. Valdez getting up. There are significant requirements in the COGCC. I'm sorry, that wasn't you, Andrew.
Is that your joke?
I'm not gonna live that down. There are, Councilmember Cohen, there's significant regulations and requirements in the COGCC regulations that set forth the process and all the different, I guess, mandates to actually properly plug and abandon a well. And Mr. Valdez, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, so as the city attorney noted, this is the COGCC control process, and we have transparency into that throughout the form and the file. In general, what happens is an operator will notice everything, which is one of the main requirements that changed in 2008, 2009 rules. And any residual hydrocarbons in the wellbore will be flared off with the flare workover rig. And then it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a series of plugs and cementing that go in each zone of the wellbore until you essentially end up with an inert, column of material in the ground. And then it's again recorded. Those logs are recorded. Everyone's notified, and the COGCC reviews everything. Says yes, or this doesn't look good. Please fix this. Goes back and forth, and then we collect all those. We also observe those here.
To be accurate to say we have fairly detailed records of anything that was DNA post 2000, and everything before is a mystery.
Not quite such a bright line like that. A lot of it was self-reported by operators, and not all operators are created equally. So some had good records, some had less good records.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lindsay?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment real quickly about this amendment. Last meeting, on the first reading, I said I wouldn't support this ordinance unless we took an approach that Mr. Ewald actually mentioned in public comments, which was to update the building code. And that's kind of what this amendment does. It is what it does is it provide a guaranteed way for a developer to develop land and have consistency with council and with expectations. And if a developer wants to develop and they want a variance on any of these items or on the overall setback, they can always ask. So I think this just gives some continuity to our developers. And it also, of course, prioritizes public health and safety. I don't want to minimize. We had a really close call, and there was a leaking well that put methane in the soil and to explosive levels. And, that's scary when you're building basements where people live. Colorado is no stranger to tragedies because of leaks from plugged and abandoned wells and flow lines. And that's why it's important we address this. So I think this is a really good compromise to protect public health and safety and give some fair expectations to our developers. So I just really appreciate the amendment, Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski, and I think this is a good path forward. And depending on the situation, anyone can always ask for a variance. So I just think this is a good compromise across the board. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Councilmember. That just clarified what I was going to ask and clarify. So yeah, I appreciate the work that our Mayor Pro Tem did. Get this list based upon the Davis 43.6, and yes, they can always ask for a variance if they need to go further. If this doesn't work, they have a reason why they must still be safe. So I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. So I appreciate my council colleagues for their willingness to continue the conversation on this ordinance and their honest efforts to find ways in which to improve this ordinance. I just wanted to circle back on one comment. The 150-foot setback, that was a comment that we had during a conversation with COGCC, and they said this is kind of the area in which if there was a problem, if and when there was a problem, as we experienced with Davis 43.6, that they would need that 150-foot setback space in order to deal with that well properly. So we do need that space, and just wanted to put that out there on the record. So thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? All right, seeing there's no further discussion on the proposed amendment, will the clerk please call the roll? This vote is only on the amendment and not on the ordinance.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Groom,
No.
Jezierski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Shaft,
Yes.
Tessier.
Yes.
That passes 8-1. We'll now return to the main discussion. Is there any further discussion on the proposed ordinance? Seeing none, all those in favor? I'm sorry, Councilmember Groom?
Just want to give comment in regards to this process, and I know I've mentioned it before, that if this land is unsafe for one, it should be unsafe for all. And having this ordinance and having developers jump through the hoops, whether it be for a full variance or to the 150-foot variance, when we've got majority of land that it has vested rights and doesn't apply. So I really do think that this is an extraordinary ordinance that's a burden of the developer, and I intend to not support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Lyons.
I just want to clarify for the public, since sometimes amendments are complicated. What we're voting on now is the amendment, the ordinance as amended that we just approved. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification, Councilmember. That wraps up this session. All those in favor? Opposed? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Cohen,
Yes.
Broom, no. Sismarski,
Yes.
Locke Evans,
Yes.
Wynn,
Yes.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Shaft,
Yes.
Tessier, yes. Anderson,
Yes.
Thank you. That also passes 8-1. Moving on, our next item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-171 and 2021-173, approving a site development plan and planned unit development amendment to the Palisade Park area. This item will be concurrently reviewed with item 15A by the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, which was called to order previously. I'll now declare the public hearing open. We will follow the city standard public hearing procedures as previously outlined. Council and the authority have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. So we will ask Anna Burton-Zetti, again, our planning director and co-director of community development, to walk us through this presentation. And I believe the applicant is here as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I have a little bit longer of a presentation this evening than usual because we have multiple items being heard as a single agenda item. First, we have an application that was submitted by Kavamra. This is a PUD amendment, a final plat, and a combined site development plan and urban renewal site plan. This is for overall infrastructure for the subdivision, as well as 240 multifamily residential units. There is also an applicant, Suncap, that has submitted an application for a combined site development plan and urban renewal site plan for a 4-building, 462,672 square foot flex light industrial campus. This proposed development site is located within Palisade Park. It's located west of I-25, east of Huron Street, and north of the Lowell Lane alignment. We can have the 2 slides. Thank you. One more, thanks. The Broomfield Comprehensive Plan land use map designation for this site is mixed use commercial. The proposed development is not consistent with the long range financial plan, but it is consistent with this designation. The long range financial plan had used the PUD plan land uses, which did not anticipate residential in this area. The development includes 240 residential units, as I mentioned. So this is not currently consistent with our assumptions and would have a negative impact on the expenditures to revenues ratio of about $264,921 annually. Next slide, please. The property is zoned planned unit development PUD and is within the Palisade Park PUD. The applicant has submitted a PUD plan amendment to add those residential units. This is an illustrative site plan for this Palisade North development. The 4 purple building spaces along the right side of the screen are the Suncap flex light industrial buildings. The orange buildings along the east side of Huron Street are the 240 brownstone multifamily units. And then there's also some gray area in between them. Those are future anticipated additional flex light industrial or office spaces that would come through a separate site development plan in the future. There's also a final plat this evening. It is 81.86 acres, and it would divide the property into 164 lots and 7 tracts. It also dedicates necessary right-of-way for this overall subdivision. Kavamra's SDP and URSP includes 160 lots and 8 tracts. The SDP URSP specifies the improvements to Netta Drive, Spinnaker Way, and Lowell Lane. The residential units will primarily draw access from Huron Street and Netta Drive and Lowell Lane. They will not have access directly to Spinnaker Way. This is intended to help separate the traffic between the light industrial, which will primarily be Spinnaker Way, and then the residential traffic. The proposed Suncap campus is proposed on 2 parcels totaling about 32 acres of the subdivision, and both lots are located east of Spinnaker Way. The loading bays for all 4 of these buildings are located on the west side of the building, so they're facing Spinnaker. These bays are depressed into the ground by approximately 4 feet, and they're screened with an 8-foot screen wall. The depressed loading bays and the screen walls are incorporated to try and help with the visual mitigation from adjacent lots and surrounding residential and future commercial development. This configuration Also allows the developer to keep the loading bays from fronting I-25, which is desired per the I-25 sub-area plan design guidelines. Parking for the brownstones does meet minimum requirements of the code. The developer has agreed to provide 12 surface EV charging stations, as well as all 318 of the garage spaces will be EV capable. Based on the anticipated uses for the light industrial campus, for the SunCaps portion of the development, they are also meeting required parking. There's actually an additional 90 spaces above the minimum, but this helps to provide additional flexibility since we don't know the anticipated tenants yet, so that provides some flexibility for other employment uses within the buildings. It should be mentioned that SunCap is also incorporating about 16 EV charging stations into their campus as well. Next slide, please. Concerns have been raised during the concept review regarding the visual impact of SunCap's loading bays, which I summarized previously. This image depicts a photo simulation of the resident's perspective looking east, looking from the east, excuse me, must be late in the evening, from the west to the east, towards the buildings. And it should be noted that this photo simulation includes the 6-foot retaining walls. They were raised to 8 feet, but this is, the simulation doesn't include that additional 2 feet of wall. So there would be additional screening here as well. Next slide, please. The proposed residential development requires an 11-acre public land dedication. The final plat includes 11.88 acres of public land dedication, so I'm exceeding this minimum requirement. The image depicts the 11.88 acres of land being dedicated by the applicant. Improvements will include pedestrian trails, including along the Bull Canal, a multi-use trail, a multi-use field and basketball court, and public parking for the park and trail users. In addition to these park amenities, there's also kind of a circular tract that is being dedicated on the west side of Huron Street. It's not on the screen. That property had been utilized previously for oil and gas development. The wells have been plugged and abandoned, and the developer is proposing to improve that property for passive recreation uses consistent with the surrounding property. It's kind of like a donut hole. So it would be consistent with the rest of the park that surrounds that property. Next slide, please. The brownstones residential units are proposed to be modeled after the existing brownstones, partially existing, partially under construction, just west of Children's Hospital. Excuse me. And the SunCap buildings are designed to be painted tilted concrete buildings with recessed tenant entrances and accent with steel canopies. These buildings will have various gray tones. Next slide, please. The proposed development is within close proximity to plugged and abandoned oil and gas wells as shown on the screen. The closest residential lot is about 75 feet from the nearest plugged and abandoned oil and gas wells. These wells were plugged and abandoned recently and followed the updated rules put into place in 2008. These are the updated Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission rules as previously discussed. Next slide, please. Land Use Review Commission considered all of these proposals at their September 13th and September 27th meetings, divided between the two meetings. All elements were recommended for approval with the conditions as noted on the screen as well as in the memo. The applicant has addressed all of the conditions as requested by the commission. Next slide, please. The applicant held 2 concept reviews for this project and 2 neighborhood meetings and met all required public notifications for the hearing this evening. The applicant is requesting only 1 variance. It is a very slight variance of asking for 1% over the required parking and drive as well as building coverage requirement. But overall, the project will meet the requirements. It's just for the SunCap portion if considered alone. Key issues identified in the staff report included the impact on the long-range financial plan, which I previously mentioned, as well as proximity to oil and gas facilities. The applicant's proposed development of 75 feet from plugged and abandoned wells is less than was just considered by City Council by ordinance, but that ordinance is not effective on this date. It's not effective until 7 days following publication. Inclusionary housing was the third key issue identified by staff. The applicant is proposing an alternative agreement to satisfy the inclusionary housing obligation. This varies from the standard obligation in the municipal code. Cavamra is proposing a $1,562.50 per unit payment for a total of $375,000. And following the Land Use Review Commission hearing, SunCap Properties volunteered to contribute an additional $200,000 towards the inclusionary housing fund. Cavamra's payment methodology is consistent with their inclusionary housing contribution made by the developer for the previous brownstone development, which was completed and contributed prior to the establishment of the ordinance for inclusionary housing. The combined proposal, including the applicants as well as SunCap and then SunCap's contribution as well as the brownstone's contribution is $989,950, less than the required amount established by the fee structure in the municipal code. The Housing Advisory Committee did not support the developer's proposed alternative agreement. The decision to accept or reject the developer's proposed agreement is, it rests with the City Council this evening as part of their proposal. That concludes staff's presentation, and as mentioned, the applicant is here and has a presentation as well.
Thank you. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for the record?
My ears are killing me. I think I'm going to take that off. I hope it's okay. Okay. As has been identified, I am follically challenged. If you would indulge me, I think it's important that I give a little history to the property and the project. I believe that most of you, Councilman, oh, by the way, my name is Garrett Bell, Urban Frontier in Cavamra, 1529 Market Street in Denver. Mayor and Council, thank you. I'm excited to be here. It's been a long time to get to the podium and to get before you, so thank you. I believe that Councilman Cohen was not here for the previous ones. He may have reviewed some of the past videos, but I think the rest of you were. So if it's okay for the residents of the audience, I'd like to, if you'd indulge me, speak a little about how we got here. I think I'd like to start in 1992. We have a history of always delivering what we say we'll do in Broomfield. Every single thing. I started in Broomfield in 1992 as the director of I started as a consultant and then director of marketing and sales at Interlaken and then general manager. 1993, Bill Brandy joined Interlaken. And during that entire time, almost 30 years, we have done everything that we've said. When mayors or councils have asked us to do things, we've done everything we possibly could to do it. We lived up to our word on everything. Some of the projects that we brought to Broomfield, Sun Microsystems, level 3, Children's Hospital twice. Some of you that have been on council long enough will recall hearing some of the past mayors and council members talk about not having a hospital in Broomfield, and that they were pleased we were able to bring one. Not only did we do it once, but we did it twice with Children's Hospital, both of them the first two facilities. The Omni Interlaken Hotel and Golf Course. National Archives and Records Administration, one that I know is near and dear to you and more recent. I serve on the board of directors of the Butterfly Pavilion. I can tell you that Butterfly Pavilion was looking at leaving Westminster. A number of the municipalities competed for it. Some of you also may know that the presentation back then by Broomfield was not the most powerful, but having experience in Broomfield and being on the board, a number of us worked diligently, and ultimately Broomfield was selected as the municipality to have the Butterfly Pavilion. This project goes back more than 20 years. Broomfield commissioned and paid for a sub-area plan in 1999. They hired Downing, Thorpe and James, which is a planning firm out of Boulder, world-renowned. I can tell you that they designed Interlaken. I think they did Greystone in Arizona. And if you were to Google them, you recognizable projects around the world. This property was planned by the city and county of Broomfield for commercial and industrial uses back in 1999. In 2007, the first PUD went through Broomfield, which showed commercial and industrial uses. In 2016, under our ownership and leadership, we followed the sub-area plan that Broomfield had put in place and told us that we should follow. And we presented a PUD that was approved for commercial and industrial uses. It's only 5 years ago. It's not that long ago. 2 years ago, at significant expense, we submitted a site development plan that included industrial and commercial uses based on the approved PUD. As many of you will recall, hundreds of neighbors not only showed up here at this hearing, but emailed and I would like to believe wrote letters. I think some people still write them, but reached out to council members and communicated that they did not like having those particular commercial uses across the street from a residential neighborhood, which is known as Hearthstone. Since that time, the city, I believe, has received one email and one resident's come to the land use review hearing and to subsequent hearings after that. There's been very little comment. And the reason is, and Anna Bernzetti brought it up, we've done neighborhood meetings. We worked with the residents of Broomfield and the area, not just at Hearthstone, but also at Palisade North and Palisade West. We also worked with you as city council members. Before we submitted, I personally reached out to all of you. I did not speak to all of you, but I can tell you that I spoke to the majority of you and discussed what it was that Broomfield was looking for and what the residents were looking for. And as opposed to throwing 30 years of relationship away in Broomfield, how could we find a solution in common ground? And unanimously it was, let's come up with a buffer and a transition. We like the brownstones that you've done at Palisade. They're of a quality construction, a good height, and it would buffer and transition not only commercial development, but also a freeway that today has more than 125,000 cars, expected to grow to 250,000 cars in the next 10 years. I'll change my page. So we have always delivered. We've delivered with projects. We've delivered in compromise and collaboration. We brought things that we were asked to bring at great expense. We changed our plan. We worked with the neighbors. We worked with your staff. I can tell you that from the last submittal and the early hearing, we spent over $1 million coming up with this new plan that's residential and commercial. We've designed it and done everything that was asked of us by each and all of you, short of Councilman Cohen. I think that's important. Now, I think one other thing I'd like to bring up, and unfortunately, Councilwoman Henkel is not here, but one thing that was important to her, and I hope she's watching, was retail on the corner. A number of the neighbors also brought up retail. We immediately, upon that hearing, engaged a retail broker who's here, Scott Crosby. He's reached out to, I think, 30 restaurants and retailers. I can go through the list. Some of them, Elways, Cherry Cricket, Denver Beer Company, Breckenridge Brewery, The Keg, Rosenberg's Bagels, Buffalo Wild Wings, Epic Brewing, Wood Fired Pizza, brew pubs, the exact things that when the few hundred residents came, the exact same things they've asked for. We have not landed any yet. We are having discussions and we are doing our best. And what we committed then was that we would spend a year from that concept here in working diligently to bring it in. So residents would, they see the retail sign. We have the list of all of the retailers we've spoken to. We're working hard to achieve that as a goal. So let's talk a little about the project. Thank you. If you would turn the slide, please. So, you know, it's really difficult to follow Anna Burton's that she's very good. I should have just given her my notes and I could have stayed in my seat. The transition and buffer that was requested, and this is obviously for the PUD, was that we would screen the commercial. The residents wanted smaller buildings. They didn't want 250,000 or 300,000 foot distributions, buildings that look like the Amazon building. They didn't want big ones. They said, okay, you've got to go smaller. So what we did was we put we'll call it the medium-sized buildings along I-25 because they're going to be double screened. They're screened both by the smaller format commercial and industrial, and then they're also screened by the brownstones, both in terms of height and configuration. So there is a reason that we came up with this plan. There's a reason that the council members were supportive of having this buffer and transition. If you look at it, we've got brownstones to the north facing Spano Park. Those are the entrances, not the backs of the buildings, not the parking, not the garages. When you look at Huron and you look at the Hearthstone neighborhood to the west and the Palisade Park North to the northwest, it is not visible within the commercial. If you go south all the way to Lowell Lane, we changed and reconfigured to accommodate retail on the corner. We've got parks and amenities and trails. You should also know that we worked with Kristen Pritz. I saw her here. I'm not sure if she's, well, there she is. Thank you. Nice to see you. We've been leaders in your mission on oil and gas. I think it's important to say that. We plugged in abandoned, I believe, 11 wells. It wasn't at the expense of the oil and gas company. We did it for Broomfield and we did it for the residents up there. So we have this transition and residential buffer. Again, since that very first hearing, I have heard no negative comments from any resident. I don't believe that Broomfield has either. The only comments that have come in were pertaining to traffic and the signal at Huron. We put in 4 lanes ahead of development. We put in the median. We are likely the only developer up there that's put in infrastructure ahead of development. I know that there's a large developer to the south of us and one to the west of us, and their infrastructure hasn't gone in and they've built plenty of buildings. So we've done that. I think it's better for the neighbors. The landscaping has gone in the median. Spano Park, which was delayed somewhat with both approvals and weather, has now been sodded. We've got park amenities, we've got rocks, we've got trails. If any of you have been out there recently, it's looking pretty good. So we have the residential, we have the smaller format of commercial, and then we have the larger format along I-25 plus screen walls. Next slide, please. So this slide depicts our landscape plan, and it shows how we're landscaping along Spinnaker Way and Huron and Lowell and along I-25. Next slide, please. Public land dedication. So somewhat unusual. We've been developing again for 30 years in Broomfield. Typically, you dedicate the public land when you move forward on the residential. It was requested of us that we dedicated it flat. I'm not aware, I know that we've never done that, and I'm not aware of it happening previously. It may have, but I don't recall that it has. Next slide, please. So, illustrative rendering of what the neighbors across the street and what residents and visitors are going to see when they drive up and down Huron. So to the left of the screen, you see the Hearthstone neighborhood and one of the entrances. And when residents drive from the south to the north, they see the brownstones and the, what I would call, I believe to be attractive front and facade of the brownstones to the east. Next slide, please. Again, Jennifer Bertuzzetti spoke to this. We originally had a slightly shorter wall, 2 feet shorter, and we agreed after staff had requested, and I believe it came from the neighborhood originally, and we agreed to have that wall increased by 2 feet. Next slide, please. That's it. Is there any additional, do we have any elevations of the commercial in that? No, so that's it. So that is, that's our presentation. I am happy to answer any questions. We're excited, like I said, it's been, we started the process a couple of years ago. We had to hang a U-turn about a year ago. I think before I yield, I'd like to say, I listen to a lot of music and I go to a lot of concerts. And I was here for the last, obviously, what you just talked about, which was the reverse setbacks. One of my favorite Police songs, The Canary in the Coal Mine. And I sort of feel like the canary tonight. So on that note, I won't sing or hum, but I'm here to answer any questions. I can tell you that we have Ward Ritter, who's our partner in the Brownstones. He's our development partner in Palisade and also in these. Bill Branyan is here, who's my business partner. You guys have seen him for a long time. Mike Orr and his team with SunCap are all here. They can answer any specific questions about the industrial and what we've done and size of buildings. One thing that I did forget, so they're developing the buildings along I-25, but the request had been that we would do the smaller in the middle. So we have not, that's not part of what we're doing on this SDP tonight. Inertia Bonner Gilmore is here as well. He's the civil engineer, his firm on the project. We have Scott Crosby here, our retail expert. He can answer any questions as well. And, I think I'd end by just saying for 30 years, we've delivered to Broomfield. We've done everything asked of us in the past. We've done everything asked of us. 100% of this plan that's been submitted to you is exactly what was asked for. We haven't deviated. This is exactly what each and almost every one of you had asked us to do, as well as the residents. So I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you very much. I appreciate you indulging me in some history, and I look forward to answering your questions and hopefully getting to a successful conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baum. We will now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have comments on this item, starting with in person? If you'd like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. I don't see any, but I do have a person online who would like to comment. So we'll go to our caller, John Stanger. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, I wanted to say I live in the Hearthstone neighborhood, so right next to where this development is going to be going. And I am actually for the development of that land. So I want to make that clear before I kind of make a few comments. First, forgive me if I haven't seen some of the more detailed documents, but it appears that there's kind of less information than previously presented about the warehouses. And I think, one of the big outcries that we had as a community was making sure that it wasn't going to be a 24-hour distribution center. I think we were all concerned about the number of bays that these buildings would have. And again, I don't see that documentation as part of this, but I want to make it clear that the previous council and the previous mayor, we're pretty much against that wholeheartedly, right? So again, if that is a part of the amendment, that's great. I just haven't quite seen that, so I'm a little concerned about the grayed out areas and what seems to be less information about those buildings. So that's first. The second is, while we as a community really want and appreciate the build out of the infrastructure, specifically the traffic flow, right? So Huron is a mess currently. If anybody lives up here, Route 7 is not quite ready for all of the infrastructure that's being put in, all the housing, all the commercial. And a lot of the Palisade communities, there's several of them, they all kind of funnel into Huron because the only other way to really access 7 is all the way up by the King Supers. I'm not sure what that road is. So, you know, I'm still concerned about your traffic mitigation efforts because with all the new housing that is going in, as well as what is unexpected as part of these warehouses, I feel like Huron will be even worse. And so I understand that Huron was not developed yet because 7 needs to be developed first. So I'm a little concerned about the timeline on that as well. So while we can develop Huron, 7 still needs to be widened as well, and I don't know what the timeline is on that. So just wanted to kind of reiterate, I am in favor of you developing the land. I really appreciate the fact that you mentioned you're willing to work with us and work with Broomfield to kind of make this a go. And so, yeah, I guess that's it.
Thank you. Questions from City Council and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against is later. Are there any questions? Councilmember Shah.
Yeah, we normally get the applicant response after public comment.
I was wondering about that because it wasn't in the script. But you're right. You're absolutely right. Mr. Wall, would you like to respond to those comments?
Sure, and I'd like to thank the caller. So I should have addressed it. Like I said, I had a lot of pages of notes. Huron and Highway 7. I briefly touched upon it, but the northern half of Huron from 169th up to our southern property boundary at Lowell, we, at our expense, put in the 2 lanes on the west side. We then, even though it was IKEA's responsibility to both pay for and to do, we put that in. So that was done to alleviate some traffic and allow some to go across 169. The neighbors and you discussed the traffic problems. It's tough to take the left turn from Huron onto Highway 7. We, Urban Frontier, has been leading the way and leading the charge. I wish City Manager Hoffman were here, but I think some of the staff is, and I know that Anna can speak to this, but we, for years, have worked to bring CDOT and Broomfield together. We were the first to do widening along Highway 7. We did it in front of Children's Hospital before we had to. We did it so that their hospital would be uninterrupted. We also, so we worked with CDOT and we worked with Broomfield, and we've come up with a plan. I know Katie Allen's here, and she's worked. She's not here anymore. But we worked with Katie and her team and with CDOT, and we have a plan, and we are paying for the next phase of IKEA's work that is supposed to be done by them, which is the 2 lanes on the east from 169th down to Highway 7, as well as improvements at that intersection with turn lanes, improved traffic signal. There will be turn lanes going west and turn lanes going east, and completing all of the widening of Highway 7 from Huron over to County Road 7, and then working with CDOT and Broomfield on restriping and adding a portion of asphalt that needs to be added to do improvements from Huron towards I-25. That was not easy to do. I know if anybody here is from CDOT, I'll apologize, but CDOT is not always the easiest to get to the finish line, and it's taken years, but we got there. I'm sure Anna can speak to that if you want to hear it from her, but we worked hard to do that. So with this project, moving forward, we would then do the improvements of Huron that I think will not only alleviate problems for the neighbors, but also for the commercial and residents and the community as a whole. Additionally, we have a traffic signal that took us since 2011 to get approved at Palisade Parkway. So there will be a 3rd traffic signal along Huron to get out of Palisade and Palisade North. That would be on the west side of Children's Hospital. Originally, CDOT wanted spacing of full spacing, and they allowed this to happen, especially because of Children's Hospital. But it affords a second, or ultimately a third signalized intersection to get out. So to the gentleman that called in, with this moving forward, not only does the brownstone screen the commercial, but it also will alleviate the traffic concerns. Elevations of commercial, and we've been working with staff, we're working on improvements. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of the elevation here. I'm not sure if Broomfield Planning does, but the buildings are the same as they were in our previous submittal. What we have is the fronts of the buildings would face I-25. The back would face the smaller commercial. That's that double buffer I spoke about. And then those smaller buildings that are in between the commercial and the brownstones would transition and buffer to the for rent townhomes. I think that's important also to know that the brownstones are designed and we intend to own those as for rent product. So I hope I answered those two questions of the gentleman.
Do they have a basement?
No basements. No, for those of you that have been in Palisade, they're very similar. We're completing that. First residents have moved in and it's completing the first phase.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Now we'll go to questions from City Council. Do you want to go, Councilmember Shah? Or was that just a,
No, that was just a.
and Councilmember Lindsay?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Baum, for your commitment to Broomfield. We've done a lot of great work in Ward 2 and across our city and county over the years. I do have one question, and I know you know this was coming from someone up here. But I want to preface this by saying, I'm one of the council members up here who saw a lot of merit in your initial proposal, and I could have got there. But now you're asking to build, residential as a buffer, and on those residential units, you're going to be making money renting them. And that inclusionary housing fund is something I don't think I've ever voted to give a break on to a developer in front of me. And I am really struggling, despite the change and the intention of those residential units, to provide such a substantial break on units you're going to be renting for money. So I guess I just want to ask, is this the best you can do on that fee? And how can we make this work? Because this really is kind of a North Star for me as a member of this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much may I address the comment? Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. Also in my notes, missed it. So at the last hearing, it came up and we discussed it. This property, again, in the sub-area plan in the PUD in 2007 and 2016, in our conceptual plans that had been submitted to Broomfield, we showed commercial. The same way this impacts your long-range financial plan, it also impacts our financial plan. So when we acquired this 144 acres and got our investors and put everything together, a portion was going to be residential, which became the Hearthstone community, and the rest of it was commercial. So it's a business plan. So historically, and Councilman Schaff always brings this up, why does the residential always go first? And at Palisade, we brought Children's Hospital first before the residential. But historically, what happens is residential does lead. So the residential went in. Well, we anticipated, and our investors anticipated, that they would get a return on their investment based on commercial happening. I would happily go back to a plan that Huron to I-25 and Lowell Lane to Netta Drive is all commercial, which is what this property is approved for, okay? We are not just any developer in Broomfield. We have been here for 30 years, as opposed to throwing a temper tantrum in December and January, December of 20 and January and February of 2021. We said, let's work together with City Council and see what we can come up with. I can tell you that the housing committee that we spoke to was very understanding of our dilemma. They said, look, there's an ordinance, so we technically, we're not the right body to say, yes, you can do it, but they were extremely sympathetic. So at that hearing, and for those of you that have played it back, we said that we could do what we had done at the other project, apologize, it's not exact, but 350,000 or 60 or whatever that was. And then it was asked of me, and it may have been you, hey, can you do any better? And I said, as I've always said in Brookfield, let me see what I can do. So I reached out to Mike Orr, runs Suncap here in Colorado. I said, listen, we've given as much as we can to make this project work. Is there anything that you can do? I'm not aware of a commercial project in Brookfield that has given money towards attainable housing. So I spoke to Mike and I said, we got to work together. We got to collaborate. And they offered to contribute $200,000 additional. Does it get us all the way to what your ordinance is? It does not. Does it get us closer? It does. Fully understand your position. I just, as we go through the numbers, by taking, if you look at the buffer that's important to the residents and to city council, you have to line Huron. So if I could take out half of the residential, but it wouldn't accommodate the goal that I was tasked with doing by all of you, which was provide this buffer. That's the challenge. So I really wish I had a different answer for you. I was pleased I was able to get them to provide a couple of $100,000 more. I have been, I think, a leader also in affordable and attainable. Taylor Morrison, I required them to sell homes in the 3s when the market was in the high 4s. So that's my answer.
Thank you for your answer. I mean, I struggle with it. And you built the residential first, and you had a record number of complaints from the residential that I actually don't think were all fair. But it's really hard for me when a developer isn't going to build the workforce housing and meet the whole fee. So I appreciate the answer. I'm on the fence because it's been my top concern since that study session.
May I add one other thing? We're experiencing, it's interesting, at the brownstones, the ADU unit that we suspected would garnish interest, as well as the 3-bedroom, 3.5, that our goal, for those of you, and I apologize, Councilman Cohen, but for those of you that were here, we talked about employees at Children's Hospital and others that might do sort of shared housing. And we're getting very good results. I believe 2 of our 3-bedroom units in the first building were non-related parties that liked it and felt that it was affordable for them renting bedrooms. Now, does it meet your criteria on a whole? No, but the plan was always, hey, we're going to do these 400 square foot ADU units that someone can have their own place and not pay $2,000 a month. And if they want, they can pay, a little less and have roommates and do it that way. And sort of our guess has come true.
Thank you for the answer, Mr. Bonner. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Chad?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think the first time I saw this change project was at the June concept review. And the next time that I've discussed this project was tonight. I don't believe that Mr. Baum and I discussed this project outside of a public meeting. So I just wanted to put that out there. So this is more of a question. Next couple of questions for staff, and then I'll come back to the applicant. The variances. So the staff mentioned that one of the variance for this application was the increase in allowed parking derived building coverage from 75% to 76% on one of their parcels. But wouldn't also one of the variances be on the inclusionary housing ordinance? And wouldn't that be considered a variance?
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. The ordinance for inclusionary housing does allow for what was called an alternative agreement per the code. And so that is the way that staff has presented it this evening. Rather than being a variance, it is proposed as an alternative agreement.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So I just wanted to clarify the dedicating a flat for the public land dedication that the applicant brought up.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to answer that, Councilmember Schaaf. In the past, more than 5 or 10 years ago, we would, Broomfield would allow dedication of public lands separate from the plat. This has been problematic, especially in areas like Anthem, where we are getting parcels at different times. We have to do title searches for each of those transfers. So in more recent years, Broomfield's direction has been to require the dedication to occur with the plat approving the residential units. And then the timing of the improvements for those parcels are identified in the SIA, the subdivision improvement agreement. And so that dedication process by plat was followed, I believe, for sure at Hearthstone and Palisade West, Skystone, our recent residential projects.
All right, so this isn't the first time that this new process has been done,
This is not the first time.
and nor for this applicant.
I am not sure that Urban Frontier was the primary applicant for Hearthstone. Taylor Morrison was leading that effort, so that might be where the break in communication was on that one.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that clarification. So the impacts to the neighbors, we, during the concept review, we heard that there were traffic issues, noise, view mitigations. It seems like that most of these traffic noise view mitigations have those been solved mostly for those neighbors. I mean, it sounds like we just got one comment or a handful of comments on this. Is that from your experience with the public communication that there is very few comments regarding those 3 elements?
Councilmember Schaaf, from staff's point of view, the reduction, we have, as the applicant mentioned, a full chamber for concept review. We have well-attended neighborhood meetings. And then through this public hearing process, with continued engagement through Broomfield Voice, we haven't seen continued concerns being raised. And so we have to assume that that's because their concerns have been addressed through this process. That doesn't mean that they are 100% addressed. Obviously, we've had a resident call in that they are largely addressed, and that's we're judging that based on a significant reduction in public engagement on the process.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have one more question for staff and then a question for the applicant. So the ordinance that we just passed regarding setbacks from flood abandoned wells, this proposal does not meet the requirements of that ordinance at this point, right?
Councilmember Schaaf, that's a little tricky for me to answer. I just want to say that that ordinance doesn't apply directly. But if it were to be applied, this does not have a 250-foot setback nor 150 foot with the revision with the amendment.
Okay, perfect. And then just one question for the applicant. So regarding the long-range financial plan, you mentioned that there's an impact to this. The plan that we went from the first concept review to the concept review that we had in June was the use of residential units to provide that buffer space between the existing neighborhood and the flex industrial spaces. What other uses could have been conceived that would have provided that buffer space, whether the actual berm, wall, anything like that, that would have buffered between the existing neighborhood and those commercial uses?
Good question. And we sort of, with the mayor that Pat Quinn is no longer here, with Mayor Castriana, with some others that I spoke to, we beat our heads trying to come up with alternatives. Those brownstones are 32 feet high. The industrial buildings and the commercial buildings are less than that. Trees, you've seen new developments. If you plant trees, you can't plant 30-foot trees. They don't transplant. So it would take 20 or 30 years to screen. A 30-foot wall, my guess is that some of the residents might prefer the commercial over the 30-foot wall. Retail, even if there was a demand for retail, which there is not, but if there were, those retail buildings are not very tall, and the commercial behind it is going to stand out. So through the challenges of trying to come up with solutions, many of us and many of the residents, this became the best solution to achieve the goals not only of the residents up there, but also of city council.
Thank you for answers. That's all I have, man.
Thank you. Councilmember Tessier? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for bringing this project. I know that you've worked hard and long on this. I have two, well, and thank you, SunCap, for the collaboration too. I haven't heard of a company offering money for affordable housing. So in your 30 years here in Broomfield, what have you done any affordable housing?
Have we developed affordable or done cash? We have no, we don't build residential. This brownstone project that we did at Palisade is the very first one. As many of you know, we're horizontal developers. When I got to Interlochen, we do the horizontal work and then we sell sites to companies like Sun and Level 3 or to the home builders. That was our first project, and we did it because we thought it was a product that was not meeting the needs of the other product. 2 and 3 story walk-ups is pretty much everything you see. Why? Because it's easy to build, it's cheap to build, and everybody knows it and everybody rents it. So we went out on a limb with our reputation and our money behind it to do the brownstone project, which we thought could achieve some of the goals of Broomfield with the shared housing and with the ADU, but we have not built residential prior to that. Frankly, I don't know that I will in the future. I like commercial better.
Well, I think maybe that answers my.
Oh, sorry. So something's been brought to my attention. So the 2 projects north, thank you. So I have been an advocate for affordable and attainable housing. I mentioned Taylor Morrison at Palisade, although we didn't build the homes. We encouraged them contractually to sell homes for less. Now, they got a little frustrated with me because I required that they were selling homes that were starting in the 3s, and they would build homes, and they built about 30 homes, and then people were reselling their homes for $500,000. So, and they were contractually obligated to sell them cheaper. So you got people that got in that could afford a less expensive home. But at Lennar, who did Palisade North, which is north of Hearthstone, and Palisade West, which is west of Palisade North. Whose idea was that? Those were required to do affordable and attainable, and they actually constructed the homes that you wanted in the price points that you had requested.
Thank you.
30-year deed restricted.
Right, we learned. Know what you're saying?
Well, that one, you didn't have an ordinance in place, so I did it because council, and nothing against it, nobody then thought about doing it. So we were sort of leading the charge, but I didn't think about it.
Okay. Because you're falling like $2,000 less than $1 million shortfall for the affordable housing inclusionary piece. And Taylor Morrison is almost like a bad word in Ward 2. And I'm having a very hard time. I know all the work you've done. And I keep coming back to, what are the values that Broomfield holds dear? And we made affordable housing one of those for the last 3 years. And I get the nuances of this, like I really do see both sides. I'm not sure. Those are all the questions that I have, so I'll hold that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lamb.
Yes. The developer made a statement that I would paraphrase as saying that all the council members previously supported this project without qualification. Am I paraphrasing the statement correctly?
I believe what I mentioned was that many of the council members, Councilmember Schaaf was correct, and Councilmember Tessier, I did not have an opportunity to speak with specifically about it. But after our first conceptual hearing, when hundreds of people came out, and before we submitted a new plan, which we're legally allowed to do, I reached out to I believe the majority of the rest of council and council member Henkel is not here, but I did speak to her as well. In an effort and in collaboration to try to come up with a plan that could be supported. And I would tell you that to a person, everyone did like the transition and the buffer and encouraged the brownstones to move forward to buffer the residential to the commercial.
Okay, I recall at our last review and subsequent to that, that I had mentioned that 75 feet from multifamily units to a P&A well was not sufficient. And so I guess my question then is, you alluded to the fact that you heard the ordinance that just passed. You also heard the variance process of 150 feet, which this project would fit because it was P&A after 2009. So my question is, do you think you could, with this project, consider meeting the variance process to the ordinance that we just passed?
So the answer is no. The answer is a longer answer than just a no, but I'd like to start by saying that. Prior to what we heard earlier, that does not go into effect for 7 days, the requirement was 25 feet. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars removing, plugging and abandoning wells to the highest of standards. We did not plug and abandon them. We paid money to the oil and gas companies, and Broomfield watched and paid attention and inspected and made sure that they did it to the best standards and to the rules that Broomfield said were important to them. Additionally, when we talked about this buffer and when the residents were here and when I went to the neighborhood meetings and when some of the council members went to the neighborhood meetings and spoke to some of the neighbors, it was said that they were going to get a buffer. Whether it's 250 feet or 150 feet, there will not be a buffer to the residential from the commercial, towards the commercial. Okay, at 250 feet, it's 540 feet of opening. They're going to look right at the industrial buildings. At 150 feet, it's a little less than that. I believe it's about a little over 300 feet. That is significant. That is a football field. That is not what the residents heard from city council, nor is what I heard from city council. So yes, I understand that at the hearing after the conversations back in January, February, at the hearing, it was, there's a 75 feet and it's important to us. And yet you are correct. You said that and I heard. We've gone through and, I don't want to make it about the investment and the return on the investment. The impact to us is 2 buildings, 12 units per building, 24 units. So it impacts, I believe, most importantly, the neighbors up there. And number 2, it impacts us financially where we've already been significantly impacted.
Okay. Do you think you have sufficiently looked at the plans to determine that you would have to eliminate 2 buildings in their entirety, or could you shift any around?
No, we would have to eliminate the buildings that are where from the distance from the wells. So as an example, even at 75 feet, one of the buildings goes from 12 units to 8 units. So we're losing a 12-unit building and having an 8-unit building. But at the larger setback, we would lose both buildings.
Are you at all concerned about, obviously, the residents who are going to be renting these brownstones are not here to voice their opinion on anything about whether they will feel safe about living there. Are you at all concerned about the fact that this council finds reason to only allow a minimum of 150-foot setback from a P&A well?
Everything about things going on in the world worry me. I'm worried about politics. I'm worried about things happening in the Middle East. I'm worried about things all over the wildfires in Colorado and California, and Arizona and Idaho and Washington. While someone brought up the wrench fault, I Googled what that is. Interesting. It's a vertical fault. It's not a horizontal fault. I don't know if anyone knew that. It has different effects. You know, if you're looking at a vertical fault, that could also impact the foundation of a school. 3 new schools over in Anthem. Should we shut those schools and tell the residents that they now need to bus 5 miles away? You know, a lot of that land over there was farmed for 100 years. I'm sure there's plenty of pesticide that's in the dirt over there. You know, Broomfield has historically, at least 77% of the residential developments have wells that are within 25 feet of homes, the majority. So now this rule should be imposed on a very small remaining portion of property within Broomfield. And impact, and in my opinion, it's a taking. Okay, just so you know, we purchased the land. We had an approved sub-area plan. We had 2 approved PUDs. So, you know, I guess I've answered your question in a number of different ways. There are plenty of things that worry me, like kids coming home from school and driving and being on a school bus. It all scares me. I think it is important that we note that, you know, we would, in the lease, the renters will know and acknowledge, just like the homeowners that purchase homes at Lennar or Taylor Morrison or Toll Brothers or Pulte in Anthem, they all signed something. Nobody's forcing anybody to buy anything. It's their decision. They can decide whether or not they want to rent there, and they can evaluate what the issues are. Maybe they don't like the color of paint on the exterior of the building. You know, there's a lot of homes in California that are on the San Andreas Fault. So, you know, many things concern me. We went out of our way to do what we were asked. Kristen Pritz, who's here, she said, Garrett, thank you very much, and we appreciate you plugging and abandoning those wells. And we've done a lot for Broomfield up in this area. We've done a lot for Broomfield in many other areas. I don't want ill will towards anyone. I don't want anyone to be unsafe. But directly across the street, very, very close, there are homes with abandoned wells in their front yards. That's not what we're doing. It's not what we're proposing. We actually proposed 3 times the distance from what your existing rules were when we submitted this and resubmitted it at your request. That's my answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lot Evans.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question for staff, actually for Ms. Rogers. A lot of time has passed since we first heard from Mr. Baum about this and since residents first expressed their concerns. What does he currently legally have the right to build, with the exception of the approval of the SDP?
Without listing what he has the right to build, I can say that the reverse setback does not apply today. Even though it was passed, it is not in effect until 7 days from publication. So council considers the laws, the development, the building code that's in effect today.
Understood. I'm also, thank you for that. I'm also looking at what the current PUD entitlements are for him to build. Ms. Bernadette?
Turn it over to Ms. Bertinzetti. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Evans, if I could take that, thank you. So the current PUD, as the applicant stated, did not allow residential use. It does allow quite a variety of non-residential uses. So for example, the employment uses that are proposed for Suncap, as well as it could allow office development, or it could allow other non-employment based or commercial use. Commercial uses, as has been identified by the applicant, are a little challenging given its location kind of north of Colorado 7 off the main road, but the PUD does have some flexibility there, allowing that range of uses.
Understood. Is there a limit on the square footage or the other limit on the amount of industrial space or commercial space that Mr. Baum could build in this area?
So there's maximum coverage requirements, which they're meeting. They're right there, as I mentioned earlier. They have a 1% variance that they're asking for Suncap. I'm not sure there's a maximum square footage permitted on the property. I'm kind of looking over at Brandon Rowe, and he's shaking his head, so I'm going to go with his knowledge on this PUD plan. He's very knowledgeable. This was his project to work on. But there isn't, there isn't something specific that says he can't go past a certain amount of employment. In terms of percentage of the property, it could potentially be all one land use, all employment, all office, if that was what the question was.
Sort of. What I'm trying to get at is it feels like we keep moving the goalposts here. In that, if I understand it correctly, and staff, please correct me if I misunderstand something, this development has a certain entitlement already that does require, it has a certain entitlement in terms of what it's allowed to build, uses and densities, potentially, all the different things that the PUD includes, except there was no site development plan for whatever reason. And that was what we were being asked to approve or to look at when the concept review came out. But council, rightly so, heard all the comments from the residents. And if I understand it, pending the approval of that SDP, council asked, we did not mandate, we asked Mr. Baum to go back and work with the residents and come up with a buffer, something different. And now that that difference is being put into place, there's all these other requirements that we're trying to move the goalpost. That's the way I see it, move the goalpost and put in on the back end of the discussion. So what I'm very concerned about is that I've known Mr. Baum for a very long time, both professionally and on council. And he's done exactly what he said. He has been a friend of Broomfield in terms of developing and going well above and beyond what was required in various different cases. I don't want to make you blush, Mr. Baum, but I am concerned that if this body says, no, you may not build, no, we don't approve the SDB that's in front of us, what's to keep Mr. Baum from asserting, and this word was used tonight, that his property rights have been taken, this is a taking, and suing the city and saying, you didn't let me build what I'm entitled to build. I went back and revised everything with what you said you wanted, and you didn't let me build that either, so what the heck? So I don't know, Ms. Rogers, if you have any comments you want to make on that in public, or I'm concerned.
Councilmember Law Evans, that would be legal advice, so I'm not going to comment on the veracity of any claims. Of course, Mr. Baum and the applicant could file any claim that they feel they have a valid right to file against the city, but information about that, I would rather do that with an executive session.
I appreciate that very much, and I apologize for putting you on the spot. So I guess I'm Mr. Baum, this is probably the last time that I will sit up here at the dais and talk to you from here. But first of all, I want to thank you for all, you and I have had a long history, and sometimes we've had testy exchanges, and sometimes we've had friendly exchanges, and sometimes it's just been fun to learn from you. But you have been a good friend of Broomfield in all your developments, and you have gone above and beyond the call of duty. And it's in my opinion,
this body's giving you the runaround here. And I would have voted for the first development you came in with, because I feel like the things that we asked you for were above and beyond what we have a right to ask you for. And I will vote for this tonight. And if this is not successful tonight, I'll bring the popcorn and watch as you see the city. Because I think you're getting a lot. I really do. I think you're getting, I think we are asking, we keep moving the goalposts on. So I don't know, okay, you get 2 sentences and they can't be run-on sentences because it's 8:30 and it's getting late, okay? And you're a good man, but run-on sentences are like the best thing. So 2 sentences in response, not run-on.
Now I'm embarrassed. I never have. It's never been my objective. I'm not a litigator. I don't want to do that. I just want to build good projects in Broomfield that the community can be proud of, that city council can be proud of, that the residents can be proud of. That's all we try to do. We've never gouged the city. We've had an open book, whether it was past city managers, mayors, city councils. We don't hide anything. And everything that you ask, I will answer truthfully. And we just do our best. Thank you for your comments. I have enjoyed working with you.
It's
in
been
agreement
fun.
and disagreement.
But that was more than 2 sentences to forget it deals all. I do support this. I would have supported what you came to us with earlier this year or whatever the heck it was. I think this is a good project. I think it's a superb compromise. And I am amazed that you have been able to work with the residents so well this far. So thank you for that. I fully support this project and I hope that my colleagues do as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, I wasn't on council for apparently what was a very fun concept hearing. I was on open space committee. I remember reviewing some of the great buildings with the open space dedication. So I do have that much to recall, and I appreciate the open space dedication and your commitment to that. So help me as I'm trying to understand. I first read this as a council member in the mess in terms of all the different variations of what was originally planned, but things changed. Because there were so many different things that were addressed, including what we haven't addressed yet was also in the report about school capacity and how this will impact Erie High School and the junior high, which are at capacity, but we can do that another day. I'm not entirely clear on when the council came up with, or whoever came up with the idea of housing as a buffer versus some sort of physical berm. Did this go back to the neighbors? Has this been presented like in that concept and that they prefer housing and everything that comes with that?
It was presented multiple times to the HOA as a whole. It was also presented with board members individually, what they would like to see and what they would want. Again, with the buildings along the highway, the height of a berm or a wall would be uncomfortable. Not from just, it would not, it wouldn't, they preferred the residential and they like the brownstones. Maybe that's the best answer.
Okay. Can you help me, and you're a good talker, in the rationale, because I'm having the same difficulty with Councilmember Tessier and Councilmember Lindstrom, the affordable housing. It seems like a perfect area for affordable housing, considering nearby retail and the transportation plans for that area. Is the argument that you've bent over backward to meet the community's request in terms of the buffer, therefore give me this one, in a sense, that we owe you this waiver on the housing issue in order to accommodate the neighbors, who I understand their reasoning. My understanding is they thought there'd be retail in this space, not an industrial for some reason. And that was part of the shock for this development. I'm hearing correctly the history on it.
It's a little different. The residents looked at the buildings. Many of the buildings that showed up on one of the conceptual plans, and there were many of them, showed what would be, they were industrial buildings, but they were like floor decor or Granite Express. So they were on the freeway, and although they sell retail and wholesale, they have a storefront, so a showroom. So some of the neighbors perceive that to be as retail. We also showed some smaller buildings if we could be successful at getting them along Huron, but mostly to the south, closer to Highway 7. We really haven't had success in attracting retailers, although Scott Crosby's here and he has had some dialogue that leads me to believe that there's a possibility. The part about the housing, and I take it seriously, there was a project in Arista that we worked on, and I tried to assist Broomfield, even though I wasn't involved in the project, in getting affordable housing. I worked with the Colorado Land Board, a guy named Bill Ryan, who runs the Colorado Land Board, to try to put a deal together for Broomfield that could go in. So we're supportive of that. On this particular project, it's not that I'm saying, oh, I'm doing this for you, you should do this for me. I got a lot of experience trying that with my wife. It doesn't go over well with her, and it's not going to go over well with you. So this really is the underwriting of the project. We had residential that we sold, and the rest was going to be a commercial development. We answer to people, we have investors, and we have partners. And I can tell you the same way that it impacts your long-range financial plan, it impacts our plan as well, to the tune of more than it does you, but ours isn't on an annual basis, to over $4 million. Because we have such a long history in Broomfield, I wanted to collaborate together and compromise. It's not always the easiest thing to do, but that's what we've done here. So we said, okay, we went to our investors and we said, listen, we're going to make less, but it's going to be good for Broomfield. We've got a 30-year relationship. It's the right thing to do. That's what it's about. So then for affordable and attainable housing, I didn't think we were going to have to do any, because we were being asked to do something different from the plan. And at the hearing, it was affordable and attainable is really important. Can you do something? So we came up and we did what we had done before, which was this 350 or 360. And then at the next hearing, hey, can you do more? So that's it. And I ran on a little story.
Last question. The gray areas, what are the likelihood of that being office, as you mentioned, or corporate space versus more industrial?
Well, I think it was Ms. Berzetti that mentioned the office in response to the question. I don't know if it's going to be office or R&D or flex. I can tell you that we have been executed. I'm under a non-disclosure on some of it. I am under a letter of intent, and I think I brought that up at previous conversations, with a 40,000-foot building that is sports and entertainment themed. We are still working to get through a purchase and sale agreement, so by no means is it a done deal. Staff is aware of it. And you should also know, the neighbors and you, when you ask for, and Councilman Hinkle, retail will pay more than even the office. So our interests are aligned. If I can get retail, I'll get it. But that's really the best answer I have for you. It's going to be some combination of the possibility of office, but probably lower rise, or flex or R&D, but distribution doesn't go in tiny buildings.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just have a couple more questions. So I appreciate Councilor Luke's questions, and I recall the conversation we had regarding the setbacks and whether or not we could get more distance. And this is the point where I'm struggling a little bit at, because we're making a decision to, in an effort to try to block the views of some residents from the new industrial commercial buildings. We're then putting buildings in place that are closer to the walls than we would like. And that's just going to be a struggle we have to go through as we move forward with this project here. And I guess one of the questions I have, so we just passed the setback ordinance tonight with the 250-foot setbacks, 150-foot variance. That's, they don't have to get a special request for, but are you aware that you could actually if this is, yeah, it's 7 days after the following of the publication, you could still request a variance, maybe, when you're here for that part, we discussed that you could go forward with, you could ask for a variance on, that ordinance.
Yes, I was here for that, but I expect that we're gonna either vote this down or vote in favor of it tonight. I'm not interested in continuing site. This is, as I've said, this started in 2011 when we purchased the property, in 2016 with the PUD, and our hearing 2 years ago. I'd rather know tonight whether you want to banish me to the dungeon or whether this project's going to move forward. And I think the neighbors, frankly, want to know also. I think they're ready for a decision, at least the ones that I've spoken to.
That was just a question, that was not, I wasn't planning to banish you to the dungeon. Okay, so the one piece I want to really think about here, and as you know, the body have to think about this, that this is a concern, and we do have, as pointed out, we do have homes in Anthem Highlands where I live and other communities that we have walls in front yards and under sidewalks and 25 feet from foundations, and minimal informed consent was given to the people within 200 feet of the actual well to their foundation. So the important piece for me here is that these units do not have basements. I think that is the biggest concern, and part of the concern of the residential is the basement. So that's something that trying to figure out where we sit on that, because that's a beneficial piece. I think it's on the experience process. Like that's where this is different than what we than a lot of what this is tailored to. So there's that piece. There's community considers that there are no basements here, and that also the soil gas testing program is relatively new, 2019. These years will be. We know the location of these wells, the exact location of these wells, and we're going to continue the soil gas testing, determine the subsurface methane. If we did detect subsurface methane, and this is really my question here on the. I appreciate informed consent to an extent, but if we have residents who sign informed consent, I'm just curious what that looks like to say, okay, you're not thinking that much about it, you just need a place to live, you say, okay, I get it, but there's a well here, you do methane testing, but what happens when it actually, say, well, if we do detect some sort of methane, and we have residents living there, is that, then they just, have you given any thought to that? Like, what would that look like? Would there be an option during the replugging and abandonment of that well that they could break a lease, or they could, I mean, I just thinking, really what that looks like when it really happens, and they say, oh, no, I didn't realize this really happened. And the work order comes in. Just a curiosity if you even thought about that. What that informed consent would look like.
Shall I?
Oh, sure, yeah, that'd be helpful.
I have not considered specifically what you said, but I can tell you that I've considered things that would impact or could impact the property in a similar way, whether it's condemnation, whether it's foundation problems, whether it's shifting soils, whether there's, Broomfield has some of the hottest soils in the Front Range, Interlochen, for one of the roads, if anyone's driven the roads and the roller coasters. And when we've had impacts to buildings at Interlochen, and if we had impacts there, we would definitely work with the tenants to either relocate them to another location or work with them. We're not swindlers, never have been, not our business. So although since it's the first that's been brought up, I can't give you specifics, but I can tell you that our history and our reputation is not one that we would hold somebody to something if things aren't working. I also know that we worked with the oil and gas companies when we were laying things out to make sure that if there had to be a workover, there was ample space to do what might have to be done if anything came up. So we are outside, or 75 feet away, but if something were to happen, there is room for them to do necessary changes or improvements if that were to happen.
Okay, thank you. And I have a couple of different questions. One of them is regarding the concern about the distribution centers. And I remember one of the initial concerns going back a year ago or so was, the traffic. And keeping that off of Huron, sorry. And you're getting that traffic to the interior, but there is no, is there any consideration being given that would ever be a distribution center, with a lot of traffic going up in that area?
You know, I don't know who the future tenants are. There was a lot of dialogue. Suncap builds for FedEx, and at the hearing, they said this is not FedEx. It's not a big FedEx distribution center. We actually did one at Verve, which is in Jefferson County, that Broomfield benefits from economically. Totally different. It's a 260,000 foot building. These smaller buildings aren't designed for that particular use that you're concerned about. But the big thing that I think we collaborated with and worked on was how we would have traffic go across Lowell Lane. We have to pay FRICO to do crossings there. So previously, we didn't have that expense. So we're taking the commercial traffic east at Lowell Lane so that it doesn't impact the residents up there. And then it comes up Spinnaker and it would come and exit the same way. So I don't believe, I'll ask, do you know who the tenants are at this point? They do not, nor do I. But these buildings have been designed with some truck bays on one side and front of house, call it on the other side.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think the likelihood of a distribution center is not likely is what I'm hearing. Okay, and it's not designed at all like the Amazon distribution center. That's a whole different type of building. But that one at ease. And then also just to verify, all the traffic mitigation measures are in place still to ensure that the traffic stays off of Huron and stays on Spinnaker Way and the other. You get a roundabout and some methods that we're going to keep that would make it not likely that a truck would try to take Lowell Boulevard.
We started working with Tom Schomer, who's retired, and we continue to work with your staff. And I believe that we have a plan that's been supported by traffic and planning and engineering that takes into account all of the concerns that you had and that the residents had.
Okay, good, thank you. And then the last question is regarding sustainability, and this is, what we keep asking developers about is we're really moving in that direction, and the more we can do up front, there's things you can do that are much more cost effective up front, and one of them we keep asking about solar panels. We're getting to get the EV car charging stations, all that, but now the next big push is to get those solar panels on the roofs and have that nice flat roof up there. And any chance you would put some solar panels up there?
So I think it's a fantastic idea. We've done deals in Colorado Springs with Amazon, and we've encouraged them to do solar panels on the roof. We have installed 240 in all of the garages and the brownstones. As far as the commercial, we're doing the horizontal, Suncap's doing the vertical. Is there an opportunity to look at doing solar on the roof? There is not. Is there an opportunity to look at other, would I say, environmentally friendly or techniques in building material that might meet some goals?
My name's Michael Orm, Suncap Property Group. The challenge with solar is we don't know who the tenants are. We don't know where their equipment's going to be located. When you put solar on the roof, you're locked in. And so we can't move them around. So we build buildings for large companies, Amazon, FedEx, all the time. There's an opportunity there because they know where their equipment's located day one, and you can place equipment around that. All of our projects are it's essentially shade and shelter. I mean, these are for small companies, typically 20 to 30,000 foot tenants that are yet to be defined or determined, or we don't know who these people are. So we try to incorporate EV charging stations and things that we can as we go, but they're just not much. They're really simple projects. I hate to, it's 4 walls and a roof, and they want it dry. They want it accessible to the infrastructure, to the grid, but it's not. There's just not much out there that you can do from a LEED standpoint. It's an office building. We build all of the things that you would need to have happen to incorporate those guidelines into those facilities. But they're so simple that there's really not a lot of opportunity to do anything that's meaningful.
And one final question then is like, sorry, okay.
Councilmember Groom.
Thank you, and thank you guys for being in Broomfield. I do think you have an amazing reputation, and this new plan to me really represents the quality of work and the dedication that you have to Broomfield. I just have a few questions. One is associated with the 25 acres that is to be developed. Let me get it. Let me talk about the correct plot here. Sorry, I thought I had it pulled up. So it would be filing for Plat D, lots 1, 5, blah, blah, blah. Filing number 2. There's 25.53 acres, and it says open area. So that's the gray area that we see in the map, right?
That is correct. That's for the smaller format
Yeah.
that we're not selling this on cap.
So it's not necessarily open area dedication or parks or anything like that. And so that's where I got a little confused on here. And then my next question might be for Anna, which is when we're looking at the financial equation, where does those 25 acres fall in that financial equation? Does that fall under the open area or does that fall under commercial land?
Councilmember Groom, when you're saying the financial areas are the way that we calculate the long-range financial plan impact. So the way that we do that in this case is we're only looking at the difference from what we had anticipated to occur to what is proposed. So in this case, all we did was take out the displaced non-residential land use area, and then we replaced it with the additional uses and the additional units, excuse me.
Okay, so basically that 25 acres is still in our financial plan under commercial.
It is, yes, all of the non-residential land uses are consistent with our long-range financial plan vision.
Thank you for that clarity. And then one quick question for you again, Anna. Sorry, I tried to catch you. A lot of complexity in what we read, and I kind of got lost here and there. So just to clarify, once let's say this was approved tonight, that open area, is that still commercial or is that going to be commercial residential after tonight?
Great clarification. So the only residential units that would be allowed east of Huron Street are those 240 brownstone units.
That's what I was thinking, but I just want to clarify. Perfect, thank you for that. And then that's really all the questions that I had. I just wanted to kind of go back to what I was saying earlier on the reverse setbacks. And I would support this program moving forward. I really appreciate you guys being and taking the initiative of getting these wells painted and doing the right thing at the right time. And I would hate for you to be penalized now because we changed our mind on that one. So I definitely would support that aspect of it. The inclusionary housing, to me, the dollar amount isn't as important as the units. So could you talk about a little bit about the decision not to offer up units versus put a little money in? I know the money is solid, but how does that balance when you could give 10% versus 20%?
So the challenge was that we knew that we were impacted from our original commercial plan to residential. We're doing our best to not have it impact quite as much. And then when we talked to the housing authority, we went back and forth. Do we try to find a way to restrict some of the ADU units? Well, why is it only the ADU units as opposed to the threes? And we sort of came to the conclusion that we did with the initial Palisade, which was, look, we think we don't want to restrict ourselves, but we think we're going to gain tenants similar to what we're doing at the original Brownstone project, where there'll be roommates.
and on an individual scale, they'll be paying a lower rent individually that meets your guidelines, but not restricting it. Otherwise, if we get to a place where families want it and they don't, or that want to be in the 3 bedrooms and then we can't hit it, and then we've got vacant units. So we just came back and thought Broomfield can do what they want with the cash, and whether they want to spend it in this area or another area of Broomfield, or maybe it puts Broomfield over the hump, having enough money to build their own project exactly the way they want it. It was a better outcome.
Perfect, thank you, that's all I had.
Thank you. Well, I know how much you have given, Mr. Brown. And I don't think I'm going to be able to vote on this, but I would support it because I think your cumulative contributions to this community should count for something. And you have vested rights now with the current existing PUD where the setback would not apply. And so the only reason, if I'm understanding this correctly, that the setback would apply is because you're adding this residential and you have to amend the PUD. So again, it's, in your efforts to please the residents and please Broomfield, it seems to be problematic. But you're trying, I see you trying, and I appreciate that. And I just wanted to let you know that I think that all that you've done to try to work with us should count. Sure. So we're way past our 8 o'clock break. You guys need to do another round of comments because I'm going to do recess. So. Okay, good. I'm okay with that. There being no further comments, the public hearing is closed. First is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-171. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-171 by title?
Resolution number 2021-171, authorizing and approving the Palisade Park Planned Unit Development Amendment number 9, and approving the Palisade Park filing number 4, replat D final plat, and Palisade Park filing number 4, replat D lots 1, 5 through 164, tracts A through D, and Palisade Park filing number 2, tract B site development plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion by our Councilmember Broom?
Sure, if I could get that here. I move that resolution number 2021-171 and 2021-172 UR and 2021-173 and 2021-174 UR be adopted.
Okay to do together.
It is, a council member could object and we could separate it out.
Second. May I have a second? Thank you, Councilmember Loudon. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Tessier?
I'll make it super quick. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Law Evans. She had a really strong argument, and for those reasons, I plan to support. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
I also will be concise. I wanted to say I'm kind of reviewing this from a distance. Obviously, it's not perfect, but I don't want to hold out for perfect. I think you have made a very good faith effort to meet the needs of the neighbors in the community. I like what the development looks like, and I only hope that maybe we can do what we can on the affordable housing because we need that too.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll? Councilmember Shell.
Thank you. I got my hand up there, but just a little bit late. So I said during the concept review that, thanks for clarifying. We did not have a conversation outside any public hearing. I was not on board with the brownstones as the buffer. During the concept review, I thought that wasn't the right solution. But it is a solution, and it is a solution that you brought forward. At the concept review in June, I said that there seems to be more room for negotiation when we start to look at the development any impacts to neighbors, which I think for the most part, were solved between the concept review and tonight. The long-range financial plan, I still think there's a gap there, and that's part of the use that came forward. The inclusionary housing ordinance wasn't adhered to in terms of our, council's desire. And then I think the proximity to oil and gas is still a concerning element that is out there. When we were in the question phase of the hearing tonight, you had said that you really didn't want to delay the action on this applicant, that we either decide to approve this or deny it tonight. I don't think that we're done negotiating on this project. I would wish that we could finalize some of these elements. I don't know how much more we could do, but I prefer not to do that from the dais. In terms of that negotiation, I think that staff, could have some more further conversations to iron out some of those details to figure out how best we can move this project forward. So I'd be much more in favor of postponing action on this tonight and negotiating and then bringing this back. But I don't know if I have support from my colleagues on that. So I'll wait to hear if there's any comments.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Lim?
I do support having staff talk further with the developer and having the developer make further considerations of the contribution to affordable housing and consideration of the proximity to oil and gas. So I do support that continuing conversation.
Thank you. Councilmember Levin?
So, question for if I may, for the two previous council members who just spoke, are those motions being made, substitute motions or not?
Go ahead, Councilmember Shell.
Not at this time. I mean, I can't.
Okay. So I'd like to go ahead and vote.
Excellent. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Groom,
Yes.
Jaworski,
Yes.
Lot Evans,
Absolutely.
Lim,
No.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Chef,
No.
Tessier,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
That passes 7-2. Thank you.
Thank you all. I know that this is extremely difficult. It's been difficult for you, it's been difficult for us and for the residents and neighbors for years. We will continue to be good citizens, good developers, good people in Broomfield and work together with staff, whether it's at the dais or behind, behind the scenes, but with staff. And if we can find alternatives to meet more of the goals, we'll do our best to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Have a good night. Now, we're going to take our 10-minute recess. It's 8:58, so we'll be back at 9:04. Okay.
The Access Live event is in music hold. music hold ended.
Welcome back, everyone. Were we supposed to do the other, where's Ms. Rogers? Ms. Rogers, I'm looking in the script, were we supposed to do the separate votes or we were fine doing it together? Okay, so it's all.
Yeah, similar to consent, they were all introduced together and sort of.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure before we moved on. Cool. Well, thank you. The final item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration on second and the final reading of ordinance number 2165, amending the Broomfield Code regarding council compensation. I'll now declare the public hearing open. We will follow the city standard public hearing procedures as previously outlined. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to introduce Nikki Nyklin, our Director of Human Resources, who's going to briefly introduce this item. Thank you, Nikki.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. The first reading for the proposed ordinance, number 2165, took place 2 weeks ago on October 12th. There were no changes submitted prior to the agenda packets going out. The second reading for the proposed ordinance, number 2165, being presented tonight for consideration, is identical to the information presented in the first reading. So there's no additional information to report at this time. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Macklin. We'll now proceed with public comments. Does any member of the public have comments on this agenda item? We'll start with in-person public comment. So if you'd like to be heard, please step up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I hope I'm discussing the correct item. This is it's my understanding. First of all, I'm Robin Cunningham. I live in Aspen Creek. I was one of those people that was impacted by a number of you up here on council. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition on the 75% pay raise. Is that the right thing we're talking about right now?
Yes, we're talking about the council compensation.
Okay, and this is for council and mayor. It is my understanding that there are 3 people on council and mayor that will be voting on this issue and they'll be benefiting from this issue. The 3 people are Eileen Castrionata, Todd Cohen, and Devin Shea. 2 of which have their positions were appointed, not voted on by the people of Broomfield, but they were appointed. Since this is a conflict of interest, voting for a pay raise. I believe that Cohen, Castriata, and Schaaf should recuse themselves from voting this evening. I'm not against a pay raise for either council or mayor. However, I am against the manner that this is trying to be accomplished by council. I suggest that this raise should be put forth in a vote to the people of Broomfield in 2022. My guess is that it would not be approved. And that is why we're here this evening. To rush it through as a 75% pay raise. I would like to thank Kim Broom for voting against the self-serving pay raise on the first reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Beverly McAdam, I'm in Skystone. The only raise I ever got was from a boss that thought I deserved getting that raise. It never happened because I asked for it. I strenuously oppose giving yourselves a raise for several reasons. Yours is a part-time job, working on policy issues. You knew this when you took your job, and you knew what the salary was. A city councilor's position was never meant to support a household. It is a public servant position, receiving an honorarium for your service. Number two, approving a 75% increase is unconscionable when Broomfield residents, who by the way pay your salary, have been hurting for 2 years. They're dealing with huge price increases for food, gas, and other goods and services, and they're not getting 75% salary increases. Number three, small businesses are hurting. They're struggling to survive because of your COVID restrictions. How can you, with a clear conscience, give yourselves a pay raise when you furloughed employees during the lockdown that you supported, and they're still trying to recover? Don't say the pay raise will not affect you, as the previous lady said. At least 3 of you will benefit from this pay raise if you are reelected. Number 6, maybe if you would do your job and work on policy issues, stop getting involved with the day-to-day operations of the county, you would not spend so much time making you feel like you deserve a raise. And again, I think I agree with Robin. You should ask the residents, your bosses, whether or not you deserve a raise. Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rick Hernandez. I live at 1450 Balboa Court in Broomfield Heights. Had some thoughts prepared until I witnessed what I just viewed just prior to this issue coming up before Council. In the course of a conversation with the City Council, I heard a developer go from feeling of a friend of Broomfield to being, she's a quote, about to be thrown in a dungeon. To me, that's appalling. I want you to sit back and I want you to think about the employees of Broomfield that were furloughed during COVID. I want you to think about the businesses that were shut down as part of COVID mandates and policies taken by you as a public health department. And I want you to think about families that have struggled over the last 18 months. And if they're getting a CPI increase that's 3%, 5%, they're lucky. Where you are as a city council, you're public servants. It's serving leadership. You should be looking out for what's best for Broomfield. What I see is a desire to engross yourself with a pay increase of 75% If it was 20%, I could see it and say, okay, look at CPI over the last 3 or 4 years. I think the last increase was in 2017. Okay, let's consider that. That's not what this is. You're completely dismissing it and ignoring what you put the community through, what they have gone through themselves in supporting their families and their businesses. Some of those businesses are no longer in Broomfield because they had to shut down. And to turn around and try to pat yourself on the back for what you feel you've done for this community is disingenuous. And I'm going to disagree with Ms. Cunningham. I think every single one of you that are up at that dais tonight, and for the 4 of you that are on the ballot for election in a week, you should make your position on this vote. You're making tough decisions for businesses. You should make it known whether or not you are actually benefiting from this, and if you're happy with that decision. I'm disappointed being a lifelong resident, seeing what this city council did tonight and what you're about to do in terms of trying to increase what you have coming into your pockets from this community. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
I likely won't be as articulate as the people before me because I'm much more emotionally charged on this particular item because I think it's a misuse of your power. And you do have the power to grant yourselves a raise. And if you're lucky enough to get reelected, you might be able to collect on that raise. But it's not a power you should exercise, especially when everybody's in a bad boat right now economically. And this is a part-time job. You're supposed to be protecting the citizens and residents of Broomfield and doing what they need. Also, the information has been somewhat limited and a little disingenuous and just misinforming because it really doesn't tell people what's going on. It makes it sound like it's nothing, but you're going to be paid if you pass this raise twice what your neighboring municipalities are paying their people, and you don't justify it. Watching earlier tonight, listening earlier tonight, first of all, I was amazed that you guys finally answered the deal and passed the Palisades thing. Because I heard up there was people just trying to intimidate people trying to do things for Broomfield. And I was super disappointed and disillusioned by the way this council works. It's been mentioned that this should go to a vote of the people. If you had any guts, you'd lay it all on the line and have this voted on, saying you need to get this. But even without doing the vote of the people, why should you get any more pay than the citizens or the residents and the staff that work for Broomfield got, which I think was less than 3% this year? Why not just take your 3% every year and leave it at that? And then you could continue to be doing the good work for Broomfield as a volunteer and for somebody that cares about Broomfield, not some self-service to yourself and your egos to go ahead and make it like you're worth it. The important thing is, and I agree on this with previous speaker, is I think each and every one of you have to vote. I know that the mayor does not have to vote unless it goes to a tie. But you need to be on the record for what you feel. You can't take the bailout of saying, I'm going to abstain, because that way you can say, I didn't vote for it. There's no way with this council that you're not going to get the raise. There's only 2 people that might fight it. I'll stop there without having to be told.
Thank you.
Mr. Beacom, you didn't introduce yourself for the record, but I just did. It's okay.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
That's all right. No, it's okay. I got you.
I'm David Beacom. I live in the Broadlands Ward 5.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sandy Anderson, and I live in the Glen section of the Broadlands. I was here in the last meeting, and most of you spoke very eloquently about what this increase would mean for being able to draw interest, for others, for more diversity, inclusion. William, and I don't know if I'm allowed, Councilmember William, you spoke so impassioned and from the heart on what you felt this increase could do to encourage people to apply and run for these positions. It has stayed with me for the last few weeks, and I want to acknowledge that to you. There's a new law in Colorado. It came in effect in April, and the school boards were always a volunteer position. Now the law says that you can compensate your volunteer school board positions. And when I look at the school board positions in comparison to what our city council that also looks at the county requirements, to me, it pales in comparison to what you guys do. But the law that just got enacted offered $150 per day for not more than 5 days per week. And that if you take $150 a day divided by 8 hours a day, it's $18.75. The supporters of an hour, the supporters of that proposal, the Colorado Education Association, the Teachers Union, said it will make school board service more accessible to people from diverse backgrounds, William, to your point again, including working class people of color, to your guys' point again, who are more representative of, in this particular thing, college or Colorado students. So what they are really trying to move here is from a volunteer position to a paid position. Now, is it going to go all the way overnight, based on what the school boards are going to do? I don't know. But I think there's recognition across the board that these types of positions that are volunteers have gotten so much more complex, and the requirement and the time and the talents that you all bring forward to it deserve to be paid. And so I'm in support of that, and I'm in support of you encouraging the increase for the future board members or council members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Good evening again. Nick Liegenstein, still in the Broadlands. During first reading, I was astounded when one of the council members said that she was discriminated against because she was on council. That was very perplexing, because if I'm applying for a full-time job and I don't have 40 hours to give, I won't get that job. And what I thought was interesting was that that's actually appropriating from people who actually are discriminated against. If you're applying for a job and you can't give the full time, that's not discrimination, that's called selection. And I'm curious if this council would agree that that is appropriating from communities that are actually discriminated against in employment decisions. And I think that's inappropriate. I'd love to hear your thoughts. But before I get to that, with the exception of two of you, everyone is going to either be on this council or is trying to be on this council during the next very big decision this council is going to make, and that is to select a police chief. And I think that it's worth noting that if you're asking for a raise, to be on the record, where if all of you were elected, you're not necessarily running for election this time, but all of you were elected. If you got a supporter that said that there are not very many good cops around, would you renounce that support? And I want you to look at each of the officers in uniform tonight and think long and hard about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, any more comments from the audience? Okay, we'll go to our online callers. We have Gwen Farnsworth. Thank you for your patience, Gwen. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Yes, again, my name is Gwen Farnsworth. I am a resident of Ward 3. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, thank you so much for your time this evening. I want to say also that so far, many of the comments that I've heard from my fellow residents reek of white privilege. I speak to you tonight as a parent, a homeowner, a Black woman, and a resident of Broomfield City and County to argue for an increased pay for our local elected officials. As things stand, average income residents can't afford to run for council, given the cost of travel and childcare, plus the time required to work and manage a household. Not increasing or abolishing pay altogether will continue to restrict participation in our representative democracy to those who can afford to do so, while excluding many residents. Broomfield requires a diversity of thought and experience at the table, and currently we are lacking. Single parents, low-income residents, individuals on fixed incomes, immigrants, students, and others are basically turned away at the door. This, by default, turns many of us into second-class citizens, and I believe Broomfield is better than that, as everyone should be invited to participate in local government. Please note that even an increase of pay as requested will still not be minimum wage for a full-time job. It is an ugly and restrictive position to assume folks can be active leaders in civic duty and also address the needs of home life on such a sorry stipend. If we want strong representation, we must honor and value our representatives. We are discussing a serious role that takes rigorous hours competing in a fast-paced and public environment. If we are unable to hold ourselves as equals with our surrounding county commissioners, we do so at our peril. Broomfield must not be left behind in the platitudes of the privileged. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Neil Alaire. You have 3 minutes, Neil.
Hi, thank you. And I just want to check, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So again, my name's Neil Alaire. I live in First Filing, and I'm glad council is finally looking at increasing pay for the council members. The amount of work you do, that anyone does, deserves fair compensation. A common reaction I've heard from some former council members is that they look at it as a volunteer job. And unfortunately, as the previous caller, Gwen, I believe, said, many residents just can't afford to do that, to work for some minimum wage job. And this includes some of the people previous speakers were talking about who are impacted by the COVID year, the economic problems. They realistically can't run for council, and those voices are silenced in the many decisions you all make. So the result is that Broomfield's goals and planning and the implementation of those goals and planning does not reflect our whole community. Not only is this unfair to those individuals, but also our community is not as good as it could be and should be because of that. And this is not just a theoretical argument. Earlier this spring, looking forward to the elections, I spoke with 2 people who were seriously considering running for council, and they said they could not afford it. Their families could not afford it. So this is a real problem. The proposed new pay would total just under $17,000 a year. And the work you do does include being county commissioners. While that might be on par with a lot of city councils around here, it's probably a fifth of some of the county commissioners around here. So I think $1,400 is not enough. But I think it's, I guess it's a bargain for Broomfield. So again, I urge you to pass this increase for future council members, no one who's sitting here now without going through an election. So thanks again.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Taylor. Sarah, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, is that me?
Yes.
Oh, hi, this is Sarah Taylor in First Filing. I am the wife of a former council member. I think that when people think about council compensation, they also need to think about the enormous toll that council service takes on families. And I certainly think that council needs a raise, if for nothing else than to give the families of council people an opportunity to perhaps hire a babysitter and take a break themselves. But I do think it's unwise to increase the compensation all in one big chunk like that, especially right before an election. But I do believe that eventually, in the next 2 years, you should get to at least that level of compensation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? State your name and neighborhood for the record, please.
My name is Brett Baldwin. I live in Ward 5. This will, require you guys to participate a little bit here. Recently in the Enterprise, there was an article stating that, more 20 and 30-year-olds are not involved in council for various reasons. If you would, if you could raise your hand if you're fully employed.
Public comment is not an interactive exercise, but we can address that when we do individual comment.
What I will say is I've lived in the Broomfield community for over 15 years. I have done a significant amount of volunteer work, not because I was asked, but because I personally, as an individual, was brought up that way. I enjoy the Broomfield community, and over the last, I would say, 10 years, I have seen what happens when volunteers do not step forward. I've seen it anywhere from the high school I went to all the way to where we are at tonight. And I will say over the last 4 to 5 years, I do really think council has not necessarily had the community's best interest at heart, unfortunately. The pandemic is a prime example where there are several small businesses that are not here. And you guys are asking for a raise. I do understand what you do is time consuming. You take time away from family members, from hobbies, but I do truly think that if you wanted to run and be in that position, there's a reason you did it. And I think at some point along that path, people kind of lost sight of that.
Thank you. We have another online caller, so we'll go back to the phone. Jennifer Dulles, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, all. I actually don't even have 3 minutes. I am working. I am a working mom of 2 kids. I'm a single mom. I do not have the opportunity to step forward and run for council. I've had many conversations about this over the course of the last few years. I do care a great deal about Broomfield. I would love to run, but it is simply not a reality for people who are single working parents. It is not feasible to donate and volunteer that much time and do a good job. So I appreciate the fact that our council members have stepped forward. I appreciate the work that they do, and I would like it recognized that it is work. It requires professionalism and a great deal of time, and I want the people with the best skills stepping forward into those roles, not just the people who are retired or are stay-at-home moms who simply have the time to quote-unquote volunteer. This is no longer a volunteer position. It's a community that requires professionalism, and I'm in full support of this being a professional position that has a significant pay raise in order to get the absolute best possible representation in our city. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Last call for public comment. All right, questions from city council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council, starting with Councilmember Crawford?
I just wanted to state at the first reading of this ordinance, I abstained from voting because it represented a clear conflict of interest, as it stated that if elected, I would benefit financially. Would be a large increase over the $660 or so I take home monthly after taxes, but it would represent a financial benefit. So nothing has changed from first reading to the second reading, so I intend to abstain again. I think that's the proper vote. I do want to recognize, since it is 1 week from the election, I have received emails and calls asking me to state my opinion. Some were kind, some called me a coward, some used other phrases that I'm sure were meant to be persuasive. But let me just try and state this in a way with the caveat that this is in no way intended to influence the votes that my colleague to the left will take. I regret, I think, that reporting from this meeting will be about votes. Who voted for what member, who voted against this member, who voted for that member. I think it's more complex than that, because what we're really talking about is community values. Do we as a community prioritize and value the time people spend in elected office and doing this public service? Also, is it a community value and a community policy that we have representative government? And finally, compensation is policy. This is true in any position. Compensation is policy. It is a policy decision. I wanted to note that Councilmember Lott made an amendment earlier. I think she'll introduce it later about zeroing out salaries to zero and make it zero, a fully volunteer position, which I think is a good way to illustrate the issue. It is as a truly volunteer position. We're talking about privilege. If you are capable of donating the hours, presenting the time away from your family in this type of position, and it doesn't impact your ability to put a roof over your head, food on your table, a warm bed at night, God bless you and more power to you, but you are a distinct minority in this community. You cannot represent everybody. If we have zero full volunteer, you will get a council that is homogeneous, that represents a distinct minority. As a policy, we may decide that's not what we want, that we want a representative democracy and make it possible for more people to serve. Because if we say zero, we're saying to a large number of people, we don't want to hear from you, we don't want you to serve. We're not going to make it possible for you to serve. Compensation is policy, because if we provide a certain level of compensation, we broaden the pool of people who can serve in public service, as has been noted. If you're a parent who needs childcare, if you're an adult who needs adult care, if you are a shift worker and need to give up hours of work, if you're a small business owner and need to pay someone to take up the time you lost going to council, if you're a senior citizen who needs money for transportation to get to council, or maybe has a part-time job that you need to replace in order to serve on council, all these things can be barriers. And as an example, this council recently took off the restriction that the next police chief needs to be a resident of Broomfield. That was a restriction. That was a barrier to service in that position. And the argument was, if we keep that barrier, far fewer people will be able to apply. And so that barrier is removed. And now we'll have a much bigger pool of candidates to consider for city police chief. The same logic, I believe, applies to city council. So I believe that we need to make the compensation, whatever it is, appropriate to the level that makes it possible for us to have fully representative council. As the young man mentioned, we don't have renters on council. We don't have 25-year-olds who are starting their working careers with debt, with high housing prices, an entire working career with the effects of climate change. They're going to have a particular perspective that needs to be heard on this council that you're not going to perhaps hear from someone like me in my 50s, 10 to 13 years from retirement with a home. It's a different lived experience. We need different lived experiences on council. Compensation is a policy way to affect that. And I will end there. As I said, I promised I'll abstain, so I will now abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Mayor. So unfortunately, I was not here the night of the first meeting. But and I know that this has been discussed, but I would ask our attorney, Ms. Rogers, the previous city and county attorney, I don't remember about Mr. Tuttle, but Mr. Sullivan was of the opinion that if we were at the meeting, if we had voted, or if we had said, yes, I'm here, present, that we had to vote. Can you go through the logic of why you think now that it is possible and permitted for a council member to abstain?
Yes, and I actually have my notes from the first reading where we talked about where I was coming from when council members asked me about abstention. I will say that Robert's Rules of Order is clear that a party cannot be compelled to vote. However, there all are provisions in our code and charter that says council must vote up or down. We also have provisions about conflict of interest. So we have a lot of sort of different advice. If you're here to vote and don't have a basis for abstention, then yes, you have to vote. Leaving the room at an opportune time is not a way to get out of voting on hard issues. And I think that's where Mr. Sullivan was coming from. The abstention advice comes from the point that there is a possible benefit for those of you that might win re-election. Abstention is not required because it's a possible benefit. And it's not an absolute pecuniary gain that you'll receive because of this vote, as if you were able to benefit tomorrow from this increase. That's why like I have in other scenarios, leave it on the shoulders of the individual council member to determine if they must abstain. I think if that council member makes that determination, that's a basis for abstention, and this body cannot compel somebody to go against those ethics and vote.
I understand. I think that does raise some interesting hypothetical scenarios. What if everyone decides that it's appropriate for them to abstain?
Then we wouldn't have the required 6 votes under the charter to pass the ordinance, and it would fail.
And so just so I understand, and I appreciate this very much, whether or not a council member or the mayor abstains from voting does not change the total required number of votes to pass the ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, 2 points on that. The charter is specific. You need 6 votes to pass an ordinance. Majority for resolution or motion, 6 votes to pass an ordinance. And the mayor only gets to vote in a tie. So the mayor is not automatically included in that calculation unless we're dealing with a tie.
Okay. So the effect of an abstention is to say no. Well, I'm just trying to understand in terms of the numbers.
I guess no, I don't know if I agree with that because there's a situation where you could still get 6 votes. But yes, I guess
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Any other council member questions? Okay. There being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2165 on second and final reading. The opportunity for amendments will follow the motion to consider the proposed ordinance. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2165 by title?
Ordinance number 2165, amending chapter 2-02, City Council compensation of the Broomfield Municipal Code.
Is there a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Zazorski?
A motion that ordinance 2165 be approved.
It's on second and final reading.
Second and final reading.
In order to publish.
In order to publish in full and all the other.
All right. Is there a second? Is there a second? Councilmember Anderson. Second. Okay. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Law Anderson.
I don't have to be first this time, but thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, I was not here on the first reading of this. I realize that this is my penultimate council meeting. Councilmember Tessier and I were elected at the same time, so we have one more substantive meeting after this, and then the party meeting, and then we're done. So, I've always considered this to be a truly volunteer position, and I'm quite frankly a little startled that anyone calls that a privilege to volunteer, but maybe it is. Maybe it is an honor and a privilege to volunteer. And there was the one speaker, Mr. Fernandez, that talked about servant leadership, and I do believe it's an honor to serve my community, not to be I love people. There are so I didn't get paid for any of my other volunteer commitments before this, and I was honestly, when I understood, I didn't even know there was a stipend involved when I applied to run. I feel that by moving towards more of a fully paid, full-time elected body, I don't consider that to be removing barriers. I understand that logical argument, but I consider that to be moving towards another layer of elected bureaucrats, which is the last thing Bloomfield needs. We do not need another layer of elected people who do not participate in the workforce or participate lightly or do this full time. That's removed from who I believe we serve. I feel very strongly about this, and not to toot my own horn, but Thursday afternoon, I was on the operating hours and I wanted to be here. I told my husband, I'll take oxycodone or whatever you need me to take to be here tonight, because we need to have this discussion, and we need to have this discussion openly about serving our community and whether we want this to be a service position or just another, with all due respect, just another damn bureaucratic position. And you can probably tell already what I think about this, but I want to enable and encourage more people to serve. So as my thunder has been stolen a little bit by Councilmember Cohen, the amendment that I would like to introduce that I believe Ms. Rogers wrote up is that the compensation itself be zeroed out. We receive, I won't benefit from it, and sure, you can call me hypocritical if you want. That's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this to further the conversation. And yes, I did email my suggestion in my post-surgical haze about 10 minutes after the deadline. But I'd like to propose an amendment where the compensation is zeroed out, but direct expenses of serving on council are permitted to be reimbursed. And as far as I'm concerned, that's open to interpretation. That's some council members have phones, some council members have laptops, some council members may need childcare or whatever, but let's make this, in my opinion, let's get back to our roots of it's an honor. In the last 8 years have been a distinct and pleasurable honor to serve the community that I love so much. So I don't know, Ms. Rogers, if you have that.
I do, but Councilmember Law Evans, you need to make a motion to amend.
Right. Okay, so I move to amend what you and I, as you and I talked about earlier today, or you emailed me.
Yeah,
to zero out the compensation, but to allow direct expense reimbursement. Is that sufficient?
That is. Jay, can you put up that amendment? Yeah, this one with the orange language.
And I understand that it takes 2/3 of a vote of this body to even consider that.
It needs a second first.
Oh, you just second
and
first.
then yes, it would after that point.
So
2/3 to be introduced and discussed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's all I have to say. I await your response.
Thank you. There's been a motion per council rules We received notice of Councilmember Lyman's proposed amendment afternoon yesterday, so it requires a 2/3 affirmative vote of council members present to be introduced. Is there a second? Councilmember Groom.
Second.
Will the clerk please call the roll on the question of whether Councilmember Lyman's amendment should be introduced for discussion?
Jaworski,
No.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lamb,
No.
Lindstedt,
No.
Shaft,
No.
Tessier,
No.
Anderson,
No.
Cohen,
I guess I abstain from, I'm not sure if this is,
You can.
I'll abstain.
Okay.
Groom,
Yes.
That fails. 7-2. Well, 6-2, because there was one abstention. So that fails 6-2, so we'll move on. Amendment is failed to be introduced. We'll go back to the main discussion. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. So I didn't ask any questions during the question portion of the hearing, because all my questions were answered during the first reading on this. I abstained because I thought it was the right thing to do, because there was a possibility that I could benefit. But I've been asked by Ward 3 residents, one of them is here tonight, to vote on this ordinance. I am responsive to my constituents, and I do take those comments seriously. I might benefit from this ordinance. Election day is next week. I decided to run for re-election back in June, well before this ordinance was even on the table. So I will be voting for this out of respect for my Ward 3 residents. So thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski.
Thank you. I'm going to be pretty brief tonight. I do appreciate all the comments emotional comments from the residents, and also what I thought was very eloquent comments from Councilmember Cohen as well earlier today. Just want to make sure that we don't lose sight though of what we're actually talking about here, the actual numbers. And what's been proposed is a $600 increase, and that brings the council compensation, if it was approved, to $1,400. That's a month. So certainly that's comes out to $16,800 a year. So any suggestion that that's a full-time salary is, I think, way off base. It's still very much part-time, and as we've heard before, from most members on council, lower than minimum wage in Colorado right now. So, it's my goal to have the best persons in this position. I can say that I am one of the privileged. I can't do this job for $600. I can do it for $0, as was proposed. But however, the reality is many people in our community aren't privileged like that, and many of them cannot do it for $0. They can't do it for $600, and they probably can't even do it for $1,400. But I am hoping that this does move the needle a little bit in the direction of making this position, more accessible to our entire community, and again, to increase the ability to get the best people on this, on this dais and in these roles. We want the best, we want the brightest minds in Broomfield up here leading our community. Anything that we can do to make this job, just a little bit more accessible, in my mind is a great idea, and I will fully support this tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Groom?
Sure. I had an amendment to suggest also, and then we have that here. But really mine is taking a phased approach to a pay increase over the next 6 years to have council pay increase $200 every other year. And that really is in line with what we've been doing in the past. And that also puts the future council not in positions of making pay raises for themselves. So my amendment, if I say it right, is to propose a phased approach over the next 6 years, every other year, increasing council pay by $200.
Would we like to put that slide up for people to see Councilmember Graham's amendment?
Does someone need to second that?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so a second. There's a motion on the floor and there's a second, and the language is on the screen. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Councilmember Lynn?
I'd like to make a compromise amendment. This is the appropriate time to do so.
Sure, is there a second?
And Mayor, if I could jump in real quick, if you can ask if Councilmember Broom would like to make it a friendly amendment.
Oh.
And if not, then you go into the more formal process of a motion to amend the amendment. That would require a motion in a second. But,
But what if Councilmember Lynn has a separate amendment? She doesn't want to amend that amendment.
well, this is the amendment that's on the table, so it either needs to be modified or it needs to be voted down.
Okay. So you want to allow a friendly amendment? Councilmember Broom?
Well, I guess I'd look back at Councilmember Lim to see if she wanted to continue with amending this or your separate one and we vote on this. If yours is the same as what was emailed, I think it's quite different.
There's difference out in the outer years, so I think it would make more sense for me just to wait then.
Okay,
Well, that sounds good. Thank you,
Is there any
Councilmember.
discussion on Councilmember Broom's amendment? All right, well, the clerk, we're voting on Councilmember Broom's amendment, which you can see on the screen. And we'll do a roll call vote.
Point of order, Mayor.
I'm
You got a
sorry.
comment down there.
Okay, that would be.
Thank you. I think we're going to quickly get caught up in the numbers here, because there's a lot of different ways to look at this. And I just want to make a quick comment before we go through this process. So, when we look back to 2001, the city council made $600 per month. And since that time, 20 years later, our compensation is $800 per month. If you adjust that for inflation of 3%, we would be at 1,100 right now. And if you adjust it for 3.5%, we'd be at 1,200 right now. So if you read the numbers of where it really makes sense based upon how the city county was set up and the compensation at that point in time, that maybe it's 1,000 or 1,200 or 1,400. And I don't know. I don't want to decide for the future council. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure how to do this because we're going to vote on one when I'm not sure. And it could come from also. I guess we could vote on this, and if it doesn't pass, then we go. There's no way to have a discussion on which one we all prefer and how to do that. Okay, so because I'll leave it as a comment. I'm not sure that I want to decide for future council as well as to what the increase is going to be. And I'd rather just get to where this council believes it needs to be now. So I guess that would be my comment.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Lindstedt?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll just say, we saw the amendments flying around yesterday morning, and I think Councilmember Lim's compromise amendment is a really good amendment. So I'll be opposing Councilmember Groom's amendment tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll on Councilmember Groom's amendment?
Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
No.
Lindstedt,
No.
Shaft,
No.
Tessier,
No.
Anderson,
No.
Cohen,
Abstain.
Grimm,
Yes.
Jezerski,
No.
That fails 6-2. You want to introduce your motion, Councilmember Lim?
Yes, thank you. I move to amend ordinance number 2165 to establish a set amount as paid for council members and the mayor duly elected in 2021, and to set the additional amount for the mayor pro tem at $300.
Is there a second? Councilmember Stroud?
Second.
Is there any, can we put it up on the screen, please? So what this amendment is adjusting it to 1,200 per month, 300 per month for mayor pro tem additional, and 1,750 per month for mayor. Is there any discussion on Councilmember Lim's amendment? Councilmember Groot?
Sure. One of the reasons why I kept it at 1,000 for the first increase is one, the optics of where we're at right now in our 2021 budget. You know, most employees in the country right now, if they haven't lost their job, they got zero pay increase. And here in the city of Broomfield in 2020, we had furloughs. We didn't have extraordinary pay increases. And in 2021, the beginning of the year, we decided we did not have enough budget to pay our own employees their merit increases. And it wasn't until June, July timeframe before our employees got their 2% or 3%, depending on their performance. That means that they got 1 to 1.5% over this entire year. And the optics of us, even at 1,200, is 66% pay increase for our roles. And I don't think that sets the right optics. I think that the issues that would have been brought up about why people do not run for council, as Councilmember Jadrowski said, that's not going to help them anyway. We're not offering a full-time, part-time job. We're offering more of a civic duty. It's always been a civic duty here in Broomfield. And I too am very honored to fill this role. So I think the 1,200 is too much of an increase, and I would consider voting yes on this if it was 1,000 for this first increase. So I plan on turning it down unless we were able to make that adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion, Councilmember Lim?
I did appreciate the support of the Ward 3 resident who wrote into council and said that the average income residents can't afford to run for council. And she recognized that it restricts participation in our representative democracy with the current stipend for to those who can only afford to do so. So in the spirit of compromise, I offered this amendment. And I have thought about this tremendously as I spend a week when I have 7 council meetings this week, 3 of which are during regular business hours. I'm assigned to other boards and commissions, and I have 7 council meeting assignments this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Lindstedt?
Yeah, I did just want to, I just did the math, and for if you spend about 25 hours a week on this job, which is about what I spend, and you know, you're here all day on Tuesday. We have 45 boards and commissions amongst us. It totals out to be about $12 an hour. And if you took our 2001 pay scale and you added the cost of living adjustments and merit increases for city employees, this is what it would be from 2001. So I think it's a pretty common sense amendment to get council up to where it was supposed to be in 2001, based on the same adjustments that staff has received from those years. So I really appreciate the amendment from Councilmember Lim, and I intend to support it tonight.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll on Councilmember Lim's amendment?
Lim?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
Shack?
Yes.
Tessier? Yes. Anderson?
Yes.
Cohen?
Abstain.
Broom?
No.
Jezerski?
Yes.
Law Evans?
No. That passes 6-2. So I think there is one more amendment, Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do have one more amendment in that vein as we.
Extension.
There were 3 votes against.
No, there wasn't.
Yes, there was.
And you're out of order. So,
Thank you.
Councilmember Lindstedt.
In that vein of getting, council salary up, to where it was, in 2001, I have an amendment to, tie city council's salary to our employees, and on the annual raise. So again, this doesn't affect people in the current term. None of this is going to affect my paycheck, but hopefully it'll affect, future counselors. And, the only reason council pay has gone down, in proportion to the pay of average city employees is because previous councils preferred to play, political football with this issue and dodge it and dodge it and dodge it. So my amendment here is to deflate that football forever. So we can have, new counselors come in with the same percent, adjustment that our city employees under the personnel merit system received in the previous year. And it's just an adjustment that occurs so that, every 5 or 6 or 10 or however many years it goes between councils having the will to adjust this, it's adjusted and people can make, whatever that equivalent is to right now it'll be about $12 an hour. So that's my amendment there up on the board, is to tie council's adjusted wage to the average increase, percent increase of our employees in the personnel merit system for the future to deflate this football. And again, this isn't going to affect me, but I'm happy to bring it forward for future people on this council.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Shah?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councilmember Shah?
Thank you, Mayor. So this is one reason why I wanted to vote on this, is because I think that as this has gone along, as Councilmember Lindstedt said, it's political football. This is the mechanism for council to take action on this, is for council to raise wages. And this amendment right here takes that out of the possibility for councils in the future to have to increase. It provides the mechanism for the increase to happen naturally, which, I think that as we're looking to our employees, that should happen. When we're looking at council, it should happen. So I prefer the compromise amendment that Councilmember Lim brought forward, more so than the amendment that Councilmember Groom brought forward with this right here. And this, because this was starting at $1,200 in 2022 with, say, a 5% increase, which is more than probably the personal merit increase will be. It will be in 2024 will be $1,260. In 2026, the increase at 5% would be $1,323. So we're not talking about these giant jumps of $200, which is just an arbitrary number. It's more tied to something that is a mechanism within the city and county of Broomfield. So thank you, Councilmember Lindstedt, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Groom.
Sure. Thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's a novel idea to have a pay increase. I can tell you at 3% average a year, you're looking at $25. And I'm not quite sure if that's even worth tracking and having an ordinance over. But the 1,200 and the 3% or average increase a year will have no effect to almost every single person's argument up here in regards to opening up the door to have more people run for council. So I am confused on why this is a solution to any of it, because it's not going to affect the solution if that is truly why we're giving ourselves this or these roles a raise. So I intend to turn it down because I don't think it's worth $25 a year, $30 a year for staff to track it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there's a little bit of history. Go ahead, Councilmember Evans. You know it.
Well, there's always a little bit of history. One person's political football is another person's political accountability. And I don't think this takes any political football out of anything. I think it removes accountability from the system. So, and as Councilmember Groom pointed out, that doesn't do anything in terms of opening the doors for people. So I don't, I like the idea, but I don't think it does what Councilmember Lynn did, respectfully, what you think it does. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and speak, because Councilmember Levin was on council with me, as was former Councilmember Beacom. And to clarify your point on the last vote, Mr. Beacom, it was 6 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 abstention for Councilmember Levin's amendment. Our attorney can verify, our clerk can verify that was the vote. It was, thank you. So it was at the end of 2019, before the new council was seated, and the subject came up, and it was a tie vote on council, and Mayor Aaron said he broke the tie for no to increase it, because he said, I want the next council to vote on this. That's us. So that's how the football gets kicked down the road, because really, we're put in an unfortunate position that we're the only ones that can change the compensation to be commensurate with the cost of living. It's on us. And that's the charter. But nobody wants to take that vote. It doesn't matter when it was. So we did take it up at the beginning of 2020. And the pandemic hit. So it got tabled. But this is what Mayor Aaron said. Let the next council decide. That's what we're doing. Councilmember Winstead?
Thank you, Mayor. I think my point has been made, tonight and at the last meeting, so I'll pass things.
Thank you. Councilmember Love?
No disrespect intended, Mayor, however, there is another group of people who can change our compensation, and that is, of course, the voters. I would love to refer this to the voters. I think very interested. Thank you.
Is that an amendment on the fly, or just a hope?
And it's 10:15. If I thought I had any support for it, I would totally make an amendment, but there's no support for it. So thank you all.
Thank you. Any other discussion on Councilmember Lindstedt's amendment? Will the clerk please call the roll on okay. I keep missing you, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I have a question. Okay, so this is where I'm still torn, like on the going forward in the future, and I disagree with the, if this is put in place, it might only be, it may be it's actually 3%, $36, but then it continues to increase. So you would stay on track. So I can absolutely see where Councilmember Lindstedt is coming from, and I wish I would have thought of it myself, but that's clever. But if the future council decide, because I don't want to tell future council what to do, but if the future council were to decide that they didn't want to continue this, they could terminate it, correct? They could make any change they want to at any time. Okay.
I'll correspond real quick. So in my amendment is a biannual review. So the future councils want to pause it or do away with it, they can do that. But it's meant to keep us on the same calendar that we were on in 2001, where it's just gone down every year, on average since then. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment? All right, will the clerk please call the roll on Councilmember Lindstedt's amendment?
Lindstedt,
Yes. Yes.
Shack,
Yes.
Tessier. Yes. Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Abstain.
Groom,
No.
Kuzinski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
No.
Lim,
Yes.
That passes. 6-2 with 1 abstention. Now we return to the main discussion. Are there any further discussion on proposed ordinance number 2165? Being no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll to vote on ordinance 2165 as amended?
Shack,
Yes.
Tessier. Yes. Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Abstain.
Groom,
No.
Kuzinski.
Yes.
Law Evans,
No.
Limb,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
That passes 6-2 and 1 abstention. Thank you. The city and county attorney's report is next. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
No, thank you.
Thank you. The city and county manager's report is next. Ms. Yelman, do you have a report?
I do not, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. There's no legislative update this evening. Items 15A and 15B were reviewed earlier this evening. Seeing there's no further business before the Bloomfield Urban Renewal Authority meeting is adjourned. Item 16A was reviewed earlier this evening. Seeing there is no further business before the Arista Local Improvement District, the meeting is adjourned. The third quarter expense report for elected officials was provided on this evening's agenda under special report. There are no requests for future action this evening, concluding our agenda. Is there any other business to come before council? There being no further business, the council meeting is adjourned. If you're a member of the building corporation or would like to attend the meeting will convene immediately.